president's economic plan. The president continues with eliminating 75% of regulation. I mean, to help, for example, even the energy industry alone, your neighboring state, Kentucky, the coal miners in this country. If we get to do fracking and drilling and all of the above energy strategy with the hope that in natural gas production that we can become energy independent as quickly as possible, if we do that, we end burdensome regulation, we get a 15 to 17% corporate tax rate, and we allow the repatriation of trillions. If we do all of those things, 7 brackets to 3, a middle-class tax cut, I think that is a prescription for significant economic growth. Do you agree? Can you get all these things done? If you do, and number 3, what percent GDP growth would you expect if it happens, and when?
Well, we do expect that, and we know with macroeconomics, they will tell us, economists will tell us, and it's pretty much across the board, whether they're conservative or they're more centrist. Even some of them that are more liberal will admit that when you have more money in the economy, you grow the economy, which means there's more jobs created and more products that are bought and produced. And so it's a very exciting thing to think that we have this opportunity. GDP, you will see CBO says a growth rate of about 1.9%. We have some other economists that are giving us opinions outside of Congress, some conservative, some more moderate. We'll be taking a measure on this that is very measured. We're not going to go to the highest, but we recognize that there is more economic growth than even what the CBO has given us. They're very conservative. So we're excited about this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, not since 1986 and President Reagan, were we able to get tax reform, and look what happened during that point in time. So it's an exciting time for us in Congress, and we need to take advantage of having both the House and the Senate and a president that will sign our bills and get this done.
All right. Thank you so much, Congresswoman, the House Budget Committee Chairwoman, Diane Black, Tennessee, the 6th District there. How close is your district to Marsha Blackburn? We like Marsha a lot on the show.
Well, we touch all the way around Nashville and Middle Tennessee. We share the Middle Tennessee area, and then right in the middle we have a Democrat. But we are very close, Marsha and I are.
I appreciate you being with us, Congresswoman. Wish you the best of luck. We'll watch you closely. 800-941-SEAN. You want to be a part of the program, we'll go to Houston, Texas. Kate in Houston, KTRH. What's going on? How are you?
Sean, you got to help me. I got to get a couple of things off my chest today. I'm so fired up about all of this.
You should be.
So, I know, it's just insane. So, I know that we always talk about the fact, or you always say, that journalism is dead, and I 100% agree with you. But I have a little place where I disagree with you, and then I want to talk about why I disagree. But I disagree that they are lazy. The reason why I disagree with that is because of case in point for the past 24 hours. It is a purposeful, intentional, deceitful, devious thing that these guys continue to collude in doing and carrying these narratives. And that's not lazy. That takes effort. So I just think you are totally right, 100% on that, but I just can't agree that they are lazy because they are the most deluded, most ridiculous group of people, our American media. Case in point, this whole flip-flop on Comey. I watched you last night. It was awesome. Your coverage was amazing. Great lineup. Coverage was commercial-free. I was 100% on. But I went ahead and switched over because I was like, I wonder what everyone else is saying. So I watched CNN. Did you watch any of that? Did you have a chance to see any of the clips of these crazy people?
Hey, Kate, I prefer not to suffer through ignorance and tinfoil conspiracy theories and madness. No, I just,
know.
You know.
You have to say.
Well, listen, I know. Well, I've got to run, and I wish I had more time. I got to tell you something. We're not kidding when we say we are the only ones giving out news and information. You're not going to get anywhere else, and we'll do this tonight, a very important opening monologue. But I appreciate you being with us 100,000%. Thank you, Kate. Look, you've heard me talking about the USCCA. If you're a responsible gun owner, you believe in the Second Amendment, well, they are trying to help educate and, of course, train in safety and self-defense insurance. And they're looking for responsible gun owners so that, God forbid, if you ever need to defend your family, well, they help you before, obviously, during and after a self-defense incident. God forbid. And if you want to do something really cool, well, they're doing it for you. They're going to give 10 responsible gun owners $1,500 so they can buy the gun of their dreams, whatever happens to be on your bucket list, whatever you're dreaming about. It's simple. Just go to defendfamily.com and you can enter to win today. It's that simple. Don't miss your chance to get the gun of your dreams, $1,500. This offer ends May 31st at midnight. Just go to the website, defendfamily.com, get your name on the entry list, see official rules while you're there, and be sure to check out their membership program. There's nothing else out there like it. That's defendfamily.com, defendfamily.com. We'll continue.
Looking for fake news? You won't find it here. You're with Sean Hannity. On the air now.
We get asked all the time when we're at shows, how do you get your dog so healthy and shiny and glossy?
Order a 90-day supply of Dynavite for your dog this week.
We'll send you a big tube of Doggo Suds, free.
Peppermint, tea tree, lavender, Doggo Suds shampoo.
Made with all-natural coconut, jojoba, aloe.
But no itchy, harsh chemicals.
Lather up, rinse away.
Try Doggo Suds.
Free this week at Dynavite.com.
DINOVITE.com.
Have you heard about the new home storage IRA from Capital Gold Group? It offers all the normal benefits of a traditional IRA, but the big advantage is that you get to keep your gold in your possession. That's right, store your gold and silver IRA at home. Call now for your free gold IRA brochure and learn how to claim a gold storage free safe. Call now, 800-200-GOLD, 800-200-GOLD. That's 800-200-GOLD.
Where opinions matter. Erie's News Talk Station. Jet Radio 1400.
I'm Erie County Executive Kathy Dahlkemper, and I'm asking for your vote on Tuesday, May 16th. Over the past few years, we've seen our county undergo transformative changes. Employment is up, and investment in our community is at a record high, with hundreds of new jobs being added. We are realizing there is no limit to our potential. So much has been accomplished, but there's still more work to do. Together, we can keep our momentum going. Together, we can continue to move Erie County forward.
Paid for by friends of Kathy Dahlkemper.
Are your prized possessions sitting on a dusty, dirty, or pitted concrete floor? You need Gorilla Garage Gear.
Go Gorilla!
A Gorilla floor utilizes state-of-the-art overlay coatings. It can cost less than new concrete, can install in as little as 1 day, and comes with a 10-year warranty. So fix that bad concrete floor.
Go Gorilla.
Call 814-823-3415. Get a Gorilla floor for your home or business from Gorilla Garage Gear. Call 814-823-3415 and say, Go Gorilla!
When you need auto and collision repair, you want SKS. When you want lift kits, you want SKS. Or if you're looking for a new ride, you need SKS. SKS Auto and Truck Center is Erie's #1 4-wheel drive auto repair and sales shop. From PA state inspection and emissions to full collision and paint repair. Their top-of-the-line qualified service techs will get the job done and done right the first time. Stop in and check out their new expanded and remodeled showroom. They have a variety of different cars and trucks for sale. Then you add the accessories. Oh, the accessories. Get your lift kits, wheels, tires, window tinting, and more. They have everything you need when it comes to your vehicle. And if you don't have the cash to get everything you want, SKS is now offering 0% interest for 90 days. So get to SKS Auto and Truck Center, located at 126 East 12th, or call 452-0211 and find out why they are Erie's #1 one-stop shop.
Reason and Breathless Tour. George Benson celebrating 40 years of Reason. Kenny G celebrating 25 years of Breathless. You'll hear both albums plus the greatest hits performed live. George Benson and Kenny G. Saturday, June 3rd at Seneca Allegheny Event Center. Reserve seats on sale now at Seneca Resorts and Casinos and Ticketmaster locations. Don't miss the Reason and Breathless Tour.
Made in Erie, Seaway, made with pride, product, service, and installation, Seaway does it right. If you want the best, don't look any further, your community, made in Erie, Seaway Window.
Factory Direct Savings this Saturday from 9 till 4 only at Seaway Window Open House. See incredible savings on all windows, doors, siding, awnings, sunrooms, and walk-in tubs. Receive additional discounts just by taking a factory tour. Plus, special sunroom seminars available all day. Circle your calendar for this Saturday from 9 till 4. See it all this Saturday. Seaway Window Open House.
Seaway Window, 33rd and McClellan, 899-9900.
Contractor number PA35.
Hi, it's Roland from Roland Financial Wealth Management. I'm excited to share with you that our popular radio show, The Retirement Money Game and How to Win It, is expanding. You asked for it, and now our half-hour show is growing to 1 full hour. Now you can listen to us every Tuesday and Thursday from 9 to 10 a.m., Saturdays from 10 to 11 a.m., and Sunday mornings from 7 to 8 a.m. Tune in for the great information you've come to expect. Let's make retirement the best years of your life.
All right, that's going to wrap things up for today. Please do not miss our opening monologue on Hannity tonight. We're going to take on the truth the media won't give you. We'll take on the left, the Democrats, members of the mainstream media, Congress, absolutely losing it with their tinfoil hat conspiracies. And, of course, the president is firing back against this criticism. And, you know, the Democratic hypocrisy is on full parade. We'll have full coverage tonight. The great one, Mark Levin, with a rare television appearance tonight. Newt Gingrich will join us tonight. We'll look at all these unhinged late-night hosts and how they reacted last night. And, by the way, Stephen Colbert's audience started cheering. Then Colbert said, huge Donald Trump fans here tonight, because they didn't know what had actually happened from their political perspective. Michelle Malkin tonight, also Sebastian Gorka tonight, and Jay Sekulow, Geraldo Rivera tonight. 10 Eastern. See you back here tomorrow. We'll see you tonight at 10.
Every home repair or improvement project should start with a pro you know you can trust. That's why for over 15 years, homeowners have trusted Home Advisor.
Home Advisor is a very easy way to find a home contractor, and for me, it's the only way.
You can use Home Advisor for everything. Your house cleaning, your painting.
Electricians, plumbers, handymen. We've had nothing but fabulous every single time.
Home Advisor is a totally free service that instantly connects you with top-rated pros who have passed criminal and financial background checks.
Knowing that they have had the background checks and that they're vetted absolutely gives me a sense of security.
Plus, Home Advisor's True Cost Guide helps you get a fair price by showing you the cost of similar jobs in your area.
Home Advisor is a total solution to any type of work you would ever want to do around your house.
And best of all, it's completely free. Go to HomeAdvisor.com or download the free app.
Home Advisor.
We see the smallest patients and the big picture of women's health. We are the physicians and health practitioners at LECOM Women's Health, where caring people are with you every step of the way. For obstetric and gynecological appointments, please call LECOM Women's Health, 868-7830. Let LECOM Health welcome your baby to the world. Welcome to wellness. Welcome to LECOM Women's Health.
Welcome back to the Cat Show. Up next, we have Nico. Nico is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right. A group known especially for their sunspot sleeping, ball chasing, leg rubbing, and of course, companionship. Just look how she struts.
It's like she owns the place.
And see how she curls up and cuddles her person.
The pitch on her purring is simply perfect.
Nice one.
Fantastic cat. But really the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Nico is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Shaping public opinion wherever we go. Erie's News Talk Station. Jet Radio, 1400.
WJT Erie.
Director fired, a Russian investigation. I'm Barbara Kuzak. FBI Director James Comey reportedly asked the Justice Department for more resources for the agency's investigation into Russian meddling in the U.S. election just a week before the president fired him. Correspondent Manu Raju reports the firing has left some Republicans wondering.
On the Republican side, you're hearing concerns from some senators about exactly what happened here. Questions about the timing and the reasoning behind the firing of James Comey.
The majority of Senate Democrats want a special counsel appointed to investigate Russian actions in the U.S. elections. Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
The prospect that a campaign for the presidency of the United States colluded with a foreign power in order to win our nation's highest office is as grave a topic for an investigation as there could be.
The White House wants the Russian interference investigation to continue to prove there was no collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia. I'm Barbara Cusack. The Senate failed to revoke a rule that limits leaks of methane gas on federal lands.
Ron Brownstein with the Environmental Defense Fund says the measure would have allowed more than $330 million worth of natural gas to be wasted every year.
This wasted gas also has tremendous impact on the environment and on the climate. And so this is a good day both for taxpayers and for the environment.
Scott Carr, Washington.
Correspondent Bill Michaels reports the U.S. Postal Service is considering a hike in stamp prices by a penny or more as it's reporting a quarterly loss of $562 million.
The Postal Service blames the loss in part on a forced reduction in stamp prices last year, along with continued erosion in first-class mail and expensive mandates for its retiree health care obligations. The Postal Service notched double-digit growth in its package business, but that wasn't enough to offset losses in both first-class and junk mail.
On Wall Street, the Dow was down by 33 points. I'm Barbara Cusack.
I'm Amanda with Communities in Schools. I'm in school to connect at-risk students with community resources like food, shelter, and healthcare. I'm in school to support kids coping with losing a loved one, divorce, or bullying. I'm in school to partner with teachers, so what happens outside the classroom doesn't impact students learning inside the classroom. Above all, I'm in school to help kids stay in school. See how we help all students succeed at communitiesinschools.org.
This is Charles Osgood. There are a lot of complicated things in life. Rocket science, taxes, and tying a bow tie. But insurance does not have to be one of those complicated things. Your local independent agency representing auto owners insurance will sit down and customize a plan just for you. So instead of trying to muddle through it all online yourself, contact your local independent auto owners agency. Find your local independent agent at autoowners.com. That's autoowners.com.
The Secretary of Health and Human Services took his listening tour to New Hampshire to hear from people who have dealt with opioid addiction either personally or through a family member.
Protesters greeted Tom Price with a die-in. Many held mock headstones that read, "Live Free or Die." New Hampshire Democratic Senator Maggie Hassan said she hopes the health secretary is learning from people how their addiction started with being prescribed painkillers after an injury or surgery.
A lot of people in other parts of the country where the epidemic hasn't hit as hard don't really understand how people can develop this disorder.
I'm Steve Kastenbaum.
Capitals face off against the Pittsburgh Penguins tonight in Washington in Game 7 of their second-round NHL series. Washington is 0-3 against the Penguins in Game 7s. Anaheim Ducks will try to end their Game 7 losing streak when they host the Edmonton Oilers tonight. I'm Barbara Cusack.
I wish this bag under my eye would just go away. Well, if that sounds like you every morning, you're not alone. Larry Kudlow here. Bags and puffiness under the eyes are a problem for millions of American men and women until now. Introducing the new Genucell serum with plant stem cell technology from Chamonix. Susan from New Jersey wrote, "I've been using Genucell for a couple of months. The puffiness around my eyes is gone. Even the crow's feet and small lines have disappeared and haven't come back. I love your product. I use it under my eyes, around my cheekbones, and on my eyelids. And with its instant effects, you'll see results in the first 12 hours, guaranteed or your money back. From now until Mother's Day, get a free month supply of Genucell with your order. Call now, and express shipping is also free. Call 800-457-8287, 800-457-8287. Order now, and Chamonix will include a surprise luxury gift absolutely free. That's 800-457-8287, 800-457-8287. That's 800-457-8287.
WJET Erie. Hi friends, Lou Bruno here with Glass Block Specialties by Bruno. Well, spring is in full swing and we've been blessed with great weather and great customers. We'd love to add you to our list. If you're interested in protecting your family and property with the most secure, dependable glass block windows on the market, then give us a call. We can make that happen. Looking for a waterproof bathroom window with built-in privacy? Want to replace your old outdated windows with new insulated vinyl windows? Give us a call and we'll make that happen. Free estimates are only a call away at 464-0632, PA 5469.
When the nightly gunfire erupts, the men and women of the Erie Police Department are putting their lives on the line. Tune in Wednesday as Jackie Roberts speaks with these heroes in blue and their families about living with the danger. What's it like to know their loved ones go into harm's way every day? On this special report, Families in Blue. Today on Fox 66 News, first at 10.
Your healthy radio addiction starts now.
Power to the people!
The Laura Ingraham Show.
She's gone, 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 gone. Crying won't bring her back. The more that I cry, the faster that train flies farther on down the track.
Look, this was terrible. It makes me mildly nauseous to think that we might have had some impact on the election. But honestly, it wouldn't change the decision. Everybody who disagrees with me has to come back to October 28th with me and stare at this and tell me what you would do. Would you speak or would you conceal?
She leaves and she left me before my first tear hit the ground.
Mr. Comey was addressing a group of FBI employees in Los Angeles when a television in the background flashed the news that he had been fired. In response, Mr. Comey laughed, saying he thought it was a fairly funny prank. But then his staff started scurrying around in the background and told Mr. Comey that he should step into a nearby office, where he confirmed that he had been fired.
Oh, bye-bye. She's gone, 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 gone. Crying won't bring her back.
That's a great old Lefty Drizel song. Oh, I forgot about that. Gone, gone, gone. You're listening to your healthy radio addiction, 855-40-LAURA. Crying won't bring her back. She gone. She gone. He was a little prissy this week at the hearing. He was a little last week. Seems like this week. It seems like one long week since January 20th, doesn't it? 855-40-LAURA. Never a dull moment. I was in the car leaving the taping of Hannity last night when I got a text from, I think it was Drew or someone, said, Comey's fired. Raymond sent me Ding Dong the Witch is Dead, which I thought was very rude.
I did not.
I thought it. So I'm in the car and I'm heading home, and then I get a call, a frantic call from Hannity's producer, Francesca's great gal, and she said, I said, let me guess, I have to go back. Yeah, just for 2 minutes, two-minute cut. Of course, I was on for 2 segments. I was sitting there for 2 segments. And I thought, wait a second, this just broke. I don't know what happened. I had to. It was all happening right in the moment. Do you think he's now extremely nauseous? It was mildly nauseous when he thought that the Russians might have somehow his call, his memo to Congress might have affected the election, but he's now moved into that red zone of extreme nausea.
Look, this is terrible. It makes me mildly nauseous.
Well, it was terrible.
Now, President Trump
is
tweeting.
Oh, tweets today. Here come the tweets.
Comey lost the confidence of almost everyone in Washington, Republican and Democrat alike. When things calm down, he'll be thanking me.
Big league.
You're fired.
Oh, big league.
Then he also tweeted out.
Did they reassemble the entire Apprentice panel for this one? They should have actually filmed this and done it around the table. They should have had Ivanka there.
Eric.
Eric, Don Jr., get the old team. See if Gary Busey's around. Let's try to get this whole thing set up right. Where's Omarosa?
We're keeping Omarosa.
Omarosa's
but you,
staying.
Comey,
You're gone. You're gone. You couldn't put the business plan together.
He also tweeted out a Drudge Report tweet. 10 scandals on the director's watch.
First of all, Comey has had a lot. There's been a lot going on with Comey. And I said this on Fox last night. Just his mistakes from this past week's testimony. He got two major things wrong in his testimony that his department had to then come scrambling back to Congress and amend. And these were actually things that hurt Hillary Clinton. He said under oath on Capitol Hill that tens of thousands of classified emails were sent to Anthony Weiner's computer. That's wrong. In the end, it ended up being like 800. So he got that wrong. He also got it wrong as to how the emails got there. He said that she wanted to get them to the other computer because she wanted to print them out and give to Hillary. That was wrong. Yeah. It turns out she was updating her computer. You know when you plug your phone in? And then all the things went down into the computer. That's how it happened. There was just only very few that were sent in the way that he sent. So this is a pretty important thing to get right this late in the game. So on two major issues just during last week's testimony, he blew it. So I found that to be odd. And Drew, what did I say last week about Comey's demeanor? Not just that he was prissy, but
you always said it was very strange. There's something a little off about him.
Something is off about that Comey. Something is off about that Comey. I think there is some mental something. It's just maybe it became that way because it just got too hot for him. Some people thrive under pressure. Raising my hand. I thrive under pressure. Other people just melt down, and I think he was having some type of personal meltdown. That's my view. But to listen to these people today and last night on Don Lemon was basically running to the Watergate reservoir last night. All he could say is, Saturday Night Massacre, Saturday Night Massacre, Saturday Night Massacre. And all the never-Trumpers are coming out in the Senate. All the never-Trumpers are hitting Donald Trump today. And you can just go down the list, except Lindsey Graham, who's actually been really good. We have a lot of sound to get to, and we'll review it. But the urge to go right to Archibald Cox, they're even getting that description wrong.
Right.
And then Bob Woodward was on the morning show and made the point that it is not determinative to make the comparison of Watergate.
I wonder what your views are on the comparisons here. President Nixon never fired a director of the FBI. Are there comparisons here in terms of undermining an investigation into the president?
Indeed, there are comparisons. This is a remarkable moment. The circumstances also, in fairness, are quite different.
They're quite different, and he went into the description of that. They're quite different. I just love the way he speaks. It's very, it's soothing when Bob Woodward speaks.
Soothing.
I think you should get Woodward and Bernstein, and then get John Dean, because John Dean's still rattling around somewhere. Get John Dean, and then we get my friend. Which only if we could resurrect Robert Bork, who did the Saturday Night Massacre, firing Judge Bork.
I'd forgotten that.
This is where I am so bummed that, I mean, not that that's the only reason I'm bummed that he's not with us anymore, but Judge Bork right now, with his satiric wit, would be hilarious on this Watergate comparison. I remember when I interviewed him many times over the years about the Saturday Night Massacre. His entire description of that is just so riveting and hilarious. He had a hilarious way of describing these things. He would just be smashing Joe Scarborough and the entire crowd like Mika Brzezinski, and who definitely had to be restrained today. It was these people are completely out of control. So Raymond, there was a memo that was distributed, and this when did this drop last night? I didn't see that. By the time I taped it, I didn't have that yet. It was only the one page dismissal.
This is the Deputy Attorney General,
Rod Rosenstein,
and it was his recommendation that Comey be terminated. The question is, and this is what all the morning shows are talking about, who put him up to it? Who did it? Somebody in the White House did it.
After the fact justification? Did Donald Trump watch that Sally Yates the other day and say, I'm sick of her, sick of Sally Yates, this whole investigation is nothing there. Get rid of that Comey. Now,
in this memo, Rod Rosenstein says, the director was wrong, meaning Comey. to usurp the Attorney General's authority on July 5th, 2016, and announce his conclusion that the case would be closed without prosecution. He's referring to the Hillary Clinton email investigation and Attorney General Loretta Lynch. The director now defends his decision by asserting that he believed Attorney General Loretta Lynch had a conflict. On July 5th, however, the director announced his own conclusions about the nation's most sensitive criminal investigation without the authorization of duly appointed Justice Department leaders. Compounding his error, the director ignored another long-standing principle: we do not hold press conferences to announce derogatory information about a subject of a declined criminal investigation. Derogatory information sometimes is disclosed in the course of criminal investigations.
You don't do that.
But we never release it gratuitously.
That's absolutely correct. That is not the practice of the Justice Department, which begs the question, why didn't they fire Comey in November? We were all asking that question.
Why didn't Obama do it?
Well, Obama could have. I think there's a better argument to say that Trump should have fired Comey in November instead of Obama, because that really would have looked like you were trying to interfere.
He couldn't have fired him until he was sworn in January.
Oh, no, but he would have announced. I mean, Trump could have said, and whatever, January 20th, he could have said officially.
But now, of course, the justification is that they claim this is just a justification, and what this is really about is the Russia investigation.
Oh, that he's getting close to the Russia investigation.
Right, that Comey was overseeing the Russia investigation.
As if that's not going to continue, both in the House and the Senate, and the investigation is being... the case is being administered by the Justice Department prosecutors, not by, at this point, the FBI's investigation. How many times did Comey say the president is not being investigated? He also said that, which they referred to in the dismissal letter.
Even Alan Dershowitz told
he was good last
night.
Yeah, we'll play that. We'll play the Alan Dershowitz. Yeah. We have so much to get to. I don't mean to interrupt you, Raymond, but we're also going to be joined by Joe DeGeneva, who had choice words for Comey yesterday morning with me. We were talking in the green room at Fox. He had my exact same conclusion about Comey's state of mind. This is way before, 24 hours before the firing. We'll take a break. DeGeneva up next.
I remember Richard Nixon back in '74 and the final scene at the White House door, and the staff lined up to say goodbye. Tiny tear in Sheffield eye. He said, nobody knows me, nobody understands.
The fact that he did this will disgrace his memory for as long as this presidency is remembered. There is only, one day that will be remembered after January 20th so far in the Trump presidency, and it's the day of the Tuesday night massacre.
The Laura Ingraham Show.
I look like ashes, smell like smoke, and
whenever you're driving, you never want to see the check engine light come on. It could cost you a couple $100 or a couple of $1,000 even to get the problem fixed. And with the car's computer systems the way they are now, you just never know. That's why I recommend getting extended vehicle service protection from CarShield like I did. A new engine repair, that could cost over $5,000. Replacing your air conditioner, that can cost as much as $1,500. Get covered by CarShield and don't worry. You can have your favorite mechanic, even the dealership, do the work. There's no checks in the mail stuff or waiting for a reimbursement. Forget about that. CarShield will get the mechanic paid directly. Sign up today and you'll get the VIP treatment from CarShield's administrators. That's 24/7 roadside assistance and a rental car while yours is in the shop. So save yourself from the high repair bills. Get covered by CarShield like I did. Call 800-CAR-6100. 800-CAR-6100 and mention code Laura, or visit carshield.com and use the code Laura to save 10%. Again, it's carshield.com, code Laura. A deductible may apply. Imagine if I only gave you part of an important news story. It would be really confusing, probably pretty hard to follow. And that's what it's like when you only rely on monitoring of your credit and bank statements to protect your identity. You only get part of the story. Well, sure, your bank can help detect credit card fraud, but not the many other ways that your identity can be stolen. Like when someone opens a new account or applies for an online loan in your name. If you miss getting a broader look at threats to your identity, you could miss out on a lot. And that's why there's LifeLock. They use technology to alert you to a wider range of ID threats. And if you have a problem, one of their U.S.-based specialists
will actually work to fix it. No one can prevent all ID theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock, you get more comprehensive ID protection than just monitoring your credit and accounts. Join now and get 10% off by using the promo code Laura. Call 1-800-LifeLock or head to LifeLock.com and use the promo code Laura, that's Laura, to save 10% now at LifeLock.com.
WJET Erie.
This Saturday, May 13th, letter carriers throughout Northwest PA will once again stamp out hunger, but they need your help. Please place a bag of non-perishable food items near your mailbox or a monetary donation envelope in your mailbox early Saturday morning. All donations will be delivered to the Second Harvest Food Bank for distribution. Look for the Food Drive plastic bags provided by your mail carrier or fill your own bag with non-perishable food items early this Saturday morning. The Second Harvest Food Bank of Northwest PA thanks you in advance for helping stamp out hunger.
Are you ready to beat the beast? Because you won't beat this price. Register now for Barber Beast on the Bay before the final discount ends on May 31st. You only have until the end of the month for this great deal. Go to this station's website to register before May 31st. Can you beat the beast?
Save big money on these new 2017 4x4s at Cunningham's Drive and Discover event. Buy a Ram Quad Cab Express for just $26,986. Save $7,800 on a Jeep Patriot Sport, and a Jeep Cherokee Latitude is $19,719 at Cunningham Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram in Edinburgh.
Hi, I'm Dr. Idaluca. At Idaluca Chiropractic Center, people call our office every day asking if they need an x-ray. They've already had an x-ray or an MRI, and they're still hurting. So if you had an x-ray or an MRI, bring it in with you. We'd be glad to take a look at it. And if you don't already have an x-ray, at Idaluca Chiropractic Center, we have our own digital x-ray right here on site. For you, that means less hassle and waiting. X-rays can be important to finding out exactly what's wrong. So give us a call. We can take care of it. Every day we're changing lives. If you have a question, call us at 459-2580. That's 459-2580. Idaluca Chiropractic Center and on the web at eriechiropractic.com. And we're excited to announce that this spring we'll be opening a brand new East Side office in Harbor Creek at 1990 Nagel Road, right across from the YMCA.
Idaluca Chiropractic Center, where we're always glad to see you're back.
Call Laura now, 1-855-40-LAURA.
James, you've been well behaved. You've been working hard. But will you always stay? Someone else's dream of who you are.
They could see from the metadata was that there were thousands of Secretary Clinton's emails on that device, including what they thought might be the missing emails from her first 3 months as Secretary of State. Because if there was evidence that she was acting with bad intent, that's where it would be in the first 3 months.
But they weren't there.
Look, can I just finish my answer, Senator? Yeah. I authorized them to seek a search warrant, and then I faced a choice. And I've lived my entire career by the tradition that if you can possibly avoid it, you avoid any action in the run-up to an election that might have an impact, whether it's a dog catcher election or President of the United States.
Jim Comey concluding that, I guess, well, turning himself into a pretzel, that's what he really did, to try to conclude that there was no crime committed. When you don't need specific intent for this statute. Joe DeGeneva is with us now, and of course, former U.S. Attorney of the District of Columbia. Joe, explosive news last night. What is everybody missing in this story about the firing of Jim Comey?
Well, what they're missing is that the president had no choice. While I would have done this Inauguration Day, the president decided to give Jim Comey an opportunity to restore his credibility as the director and the credibility of the FBI. And after that testimony last week, the president and his people concluded that James Comey was irredeemable. That was a bizarre performance which showed conclusively that Mr. Comey was interested in one thing, himself. That was one of the most self-indulgent, self-righteous performances by a public official in front of a committee ever. But Mr. Comey became a very dangerous person because when you talk about yourself like that in public as a law enforcement official, you got a problem.
What part of his discussing himself was odd to you? What really stuck out?
I thought that when he, first of all, his statement that he was mildly nauseous, and then about all the angst that he was suffering about making all these decisions. Laura, I've been a United States attorney. I've been an assistant U.S. attorney. I've been an independent counsel. I have never, ever thought of making decisions with that mindset. The reason he felt that way was because he thinks he's so important, and that the decisions he was making were just so significant that no one else was righteous enough to make them. This guy was off balance. That testimony was bizarre. It bothered people. It made them think about his balance emotionally, and it was the last straw. That performance was just nutty.
Yeah, you and I talked about it the other day. I mean,
yes.
I just thought, I kept saying, I think there's something wrong with him. I mean, he just, to me, that's the director of the FBI? That guy who we heard from last week?
I think I said to you when we had that conversation that just put yourself back in history and think if you would have ever seen J. Edgar Hoover give testimony like that, or anyone else who had been FBI director. Now, I think James Comey had reached an emotional point where this was so much about him that he could no longer function effectively as the leader of the FBI. And I give the president a lot of credit for giving him a chance to redeem himself. But again, he was irredeemable.
Do you think the way this has been messaged by the Trump administration has been sound?
Well, as I said, I would have fired him on Inauguration Day because it would have been cleaner, and it would have been the same decision anyway for the same reason. But to their credit, I guess they wanted to give him a chance and not to cause agita in the FBI. It proved to be a mistaken decision by the administration. I think the handling of this, people can argue about that forever. What was important was for Comey to go. And it was never going to be clean now at this point. It was never going to be pretty. It was going to be ugly. And, of course, with the Democrats in the destroy Trump mode, it was going to be contentious.
Well, and everyone's jumping to Watergate all last night on CNN. But Joe Scarborough is. We got 1 minute left. What about the Watergate comparison?
Well, it's utter nonsense. I mean, this is just ridiculous. The Democrats, starting in July, wanted Comey's head. And then October, they wanted it even more. Now, all of a sudden, he's Lancelot Dulac, and he never should have been removed. What the Democrats say about this is really insignificant and irrelevant. What matters is the FBI and restoring it to credibility, and the only way you do that is by quickly picking a stellar nominee like Ray Kelly, the former police commissioner of New York.
Great idea. Or former federal judge who's well-respected, or current federal judge who wants to do something else. That's a great idea. Joe DeGeneva, always look to you at times like this. Thank you so much. We'll take a break on the Laura Ingraham Show, 855-40-LAURA. Bye-bye.
Ivanka Trump's new book, Women Who Work, is finally here. In it, Ivanka offers her best advice for succeeding in your career while making time for your family, your passions, and yourself. Ivanka shares what she's learned about starting companies, leading teams, managing your time well, and much more. You can get Women Who Work wherever books are sold. A portion of Ivanka's proceeds will be donated to charities committed to empowering and educating women and girls. For details, visit womenwhowork.com.
Hi, this is Laura Ingraham, and whether you're looking for care for a loved one to remain independently at home, or you're looking for a caring career, Visiting Angels can be the answer. Visiting Angels, with our experienced and accomplished group of in-home care professionals, is America's choice in senior home care. If you love to work with people and have a history as a caregiver, you can become a Visiting Angel. Call today, 800-365-4189. That's 800-365-4189. Or visit online at visitingangels.com.
Talk radio on steroids. Erie's News Talk Station. Jet Radio 1400.
Now, more than ever, judges are often the last line of defense protecting our constitutional rights. My name is Ellen Seisler, And for the past 10 years, I have served as a judge, working every day to protect your constitutional rights. Before becoming a judge, I was a prosecutor, an investigative journalist, a child advocate, and an independent watchdog exposing government corruption and fraud. Now, I am running as a Democrat for the Pennsylvania Commonwealth Court to continue the fight to protect the rights of Erie's working men and women. My name is Ellen Seisler. That's Ceisler, and I'm asking for your vote on May 16th for the Pennsylvania Commonwealth Court. Thank you. Paid for by Seisler for PA.
If you're planning to buy or sell a home, purchase rental investment property, or just want information on how to increase the value of your home, join me, Sue Weber, an agent with Agresti Realtors, for It's on the House, where I'll share tips and strategies gained from over 30 years of experience in the Erie real estate market. It's on the House, Mondays at 9 and Saturdays at 11, right here on Jet Radio 1400. Let's talk real estate.
Are you sick and tired of feeling sick and tired? I was, and then I called Nutrimost. I've lost 30 pounds and feel better than ever.
Nutrimost is unlike any other weight loss program.
The old me was tired, overweight, and embarrassed to go out.
Nutrimost uses proprietary intelligence to develop a personalized program to combat your unique weight loss challenges.
It didn't matter what I did. Fad diets, crazy exercise. Every time I lost weight, I put it right back on.
Using Nutrimost intelligence, we teach you why your body reacts to certain foods and what you need to do to manage your weight for lifetime wellness.
My entire life, I felt like I was imprisoned by my weight. Nutrimost freed me from the never-ending cycle of weight gain and weight loss.
Most weight loss programs offer temporary solutions for temporary weight loss. Nutrimost partners with you to help you achieve long-term success.
Trust me, you will lose weight. After all, Nutrimost is home of the 20-pound weight loss guarantee.
Start your personal transformation today. Visit Nutrimost.com to schedule a consultation. Most participants lose an average of 1 to 2 pounds per week. Please see Nutrimost.com for details about the 20-pound weight loss guarantee.
This is Chris Askins of Askins Cremation Funeral Services. We keep our overhead costs low and pass that savings on to the families we serve. Plus, when we give you a price quote, there are no hidden fees or surprise costs. So if you're ready to pre-plan or if you need 24/7 emergency service, we are here to assist you. Located 1/2 mile south of Interstate 90 on Route 8. Visit AskinsCremation.com or call 616-4022 for more information.
I'm Erie County Executive Kathy Dahlkemper, and I'm asking for your vote on Tuesday, May 16th. Over the past few years, we've seen our county undergo transformative changes. Employment is up, and investment in our community is at a record high, with hundreds of new jobs being added. We are realizing there is no limit to our potential. So much has been accomplished, but there's still more work to do. Together, we can keep our momentum going. Together, we can continue to move Erie County forward.
Paid for by friends of Kathy Dahlkemper.
Are your prized possessions sitting on a dusty, dirty, or pitted concrete floor? You need Gorilla Garage gear.
Go, go, Gorilla!
A Gorilla floor utilizes state-of-the-art overlay coatings. It can cost less than new concrete, can install in as little as 1 day, and comes with a 10-year warranty. So fix that bad concrete floor.
Go, go, Gorilla.
Call 814-823-3415. Get a Gorilla floor for your home or business from Gorilla Garage Gear. Call 814-823-3415 and say, go Gorilla!
Love to entertain? Looking for a peaceful place to retreat? LM Wander & Sons Landscaping has an experienced professional staff that will work with you to design and install a landscape plan that transforms your dreams into reality. They'll provide the highest quality in service, workmanship, products, and plant material, and their 3D imaging software allows you to see your completed project before it's even started. Go to lmwanderandsons.com or call 864-5507 to schedule a free consultation for all your landscaping needs. LM Wander & Sons, PA Registry 060321.
Over 300,000 veterans have received the care and benefits they've earned because Paralyzed Veterans of America was there. If you need help with a claim or just navigating the system, contact us at pva.org.
You've been patiently waiting, and it's almost here. The spring online auction will be live starting May 17th. You can save on great items like golf memberships, a zero-turn lawnmower, and even a car. A sneak peek of all the items will be available soon, and bidding starts on May 17th.
Call Laura now. 1-855-40-LAURA.
Yeah, and baby, that's why I'm sweet on you.
Can you believe Mother's Day is this weekend? Oh, my goodness. But there's still time to send her Sherry's Berries, huge, freshly dipped strawberries. I've already sent mine out. Thank you very much. And they start at just $19.99 plus shipping. And this is awesome. You can double the berries for just $10 more. So pick your delivery date. And the guaranteed berries are going to arrive fresh and delicious or your money back. You're going to love these. They're so good. Now, these aren't your typical gourmet dip strawberries, and they're much better. They're better than any of the chocolate dip strawberries I've ever had, and you're going to love them. I love the dark chocolate. I also like the chocolate chip covered strawberries, but they have the nuts. It's so good. So you're going to love these. She's going to love these. Moms, if you're lucky to get them, well, God bless. Just click on that microphone in the upper right-hand corner at berries.com. Berries.com. Use the code Laura, that little microphone, and you get the great deal. Again, Mother's Day is Sunday, okay? So it's this weekend, so be sure to order now.
And you will, and then you won't. Then you say you do, and then you don't. You're undecided now, hey? So what are you going to do?
If the administration had those same questions, the events occurred months ago, and they should have fired Comey on the day they came into office. All of them occurred before he came into office. I told the president, Mr. President, with all due respect, you are making a big mistake. The first question the administration has to answer is why now?
You're undecided now. What are you going to do?
You are listening to the Laura Ingraham Show, 855-40-LAURA. Just a few months back, Democrats were calling for Comey's firing. They wanted him out, and now they're upset that he's out. Comey should have been fired on January 20th. I think Donald Trump should have given his sense early on that he was going to clean house. This is draining the swamp, take politics out of prosecution, move forward with your Senate and House investigation, continue to do your investigation at the FBI or Justice Department prosecutors, apparently convening grand juries. Well, let them go forward. I have no problem with that. And I think that is what's going to continue. You know who was really good on this, by the way, today is Lindsey Graham. They were really pressing him on MSNBC. And Graham was great. He was very dispassionate. He said, basically, everyone's got to calm down here.
He has the right as president to dismiss this guy. Right. I think there's a case to be made that he should be replaced. Now the question is, who's he going to replace him with? The Russian investigation will go forward in our committee, and it will go forward in the FBI. It's a counterintelligence investigation, not a criminal investigation. And the day it becomes a criminal investigation, we'll talk about a special prosecutor, but that's not what they're investigating.
They were so upset that Lindsey Graham didn't fall into place. They were devastated that he didn't fall into line and start talking about the Tuesday night massacre. You notice when they don't get the answer they want at MSNBC, do you notice they have nothing to say? So are you saying you don't have any problem with this? And Graham is basically, I don't really have any problem with it. He said the investigation in the House and the Senate continues. It continues. They go on. The Russian investigations aren't going to stop. And this is a counterintelligence investigation. The idea that, well, Trump is being criminally investigated. No, he's not. They have said that repeatedly, including to Donald Trump, which they put in the letter that fired, where Comey was let go. On numerous occasions that you've said that I'm not being investigated, 3 different occasions. But on Morning Joe, they kept saying, well, the president is being investigated. No, he is not. The Russia hacking into the election is still being investigated, and some of Trump's associates and their connections, I'm sure they're still looking at that. But all these months later, they've come up with a big goose egg. They've come up with nothing.
Did you see that Morning Joe mini documentary on Richard Nixon this morning? They must have done that at like 4 a.m. And Joe actually narrated it. And it's all about these were the dark days of Watergate. And they had Nixon, it was bites of Nixon. To try to tie this to Watergate is such a stretch. Nothing illegal happened here. It's not as if he has tapes he's burning, firing.
He has a right to fire Comey anytime he wants.
And unlike Nixon, Nixon fired his AG and deputy AG because he disagreed with them. Actually, Trump is agreeing with his deputy AG on this point, who does have competency. The director of the FBI answers to the Justice Department. That is the check on his power.
Right.
So that is the proper place to either affirm him in his position or dispatch him from it.
Even Alan Dershowitz last night on CNN, another one they were upset with clearly because he wasn't towing the left-wing line. Again, the same people who were calling for Comey to step down are now upset that Comey is fired because they want to intuit that Donald Trump must have something to hide in the Russia situation. He has something to hide, so and Comey must be getting hot on the trail to something. Right? All these months later, Comey is hot, as if Comey is the be-all and end-all of any investigation. He's just the head of the FBI. The people who do the actual legwork are the people under Comey. And the people at the Justice Department not connected to Comey who are the career prosecutors.
Should Comey be the director of the FBI? The answer to that is no. He shouldn't be the director. He lost his credibility. Should it be the President of the United States who makes the decision to fire him? Not while he's under an investigation. If he appoints a man or a woman of great integrity, this date will not go down and remember in history because we will have been proved wrong that it was some kind of a cover-up if he picks somebody who can pursue the investigation.
This is, for some reason, we don't have the soundbite that I'm looking for that was so ridiculous because they said it so many times today. We're going to remember where we were the night this happened. They kept saying that all night long and this morning on Morning Joe and CNN and on MSNBC. This is like the Kennedy assassination.
The fact that he did this will disgrace his memory for as long as this presidency is remembered. You know, there is only, one day that will be remembered after January 20th so far in the Trump presidency, and it's the day of the Tuesday night massacre. This is the day that Donald Trump fired the head of the FBI. It's just wrong, and it's obviously wrong.
The amazing thing here is they're trying to compare this to the historical dates of the Nixon resigning, the Saturday night massacre, and the Kennedy assassination all in one. Where you're going to be looking back saying, where were you the night that Jim Comey was fired? And Dershowitz said, they said that at the top of Morning Joe, boys, Dershowitz said last night he should have been fired. And actually, I was so glad because Dershowitz confirmed what I tweeted last night, that if Comey had any sense, he would have stepped down.
I think it was appropriate that he not be the director of the FBI. I think a lot of this is his fault. I think he should have resigned. He should have looked in the mirror and said to himself, I am not trusted by Democrats. I am not trusted by Republicans. I am not trusted by the American public. And he should have resigned.
Bingo. Nobody trusted him. In that press conference he did last summer, when he twisted himself in a pretzel, not to find intent, that was not required under the statute. We'll join Chuck Schumer, who's having an aneurysm, on the Senate floor. Let's listen.
Truly had objections to the way Director Comey handled the Clinton investigation. They would have had them the minute the president got into office. But he didn't fire Director Comey then. The question is, why did it happen last night? We know Director Comey was leading an investigation in whether the Trump campaign colluded with the Russians, a serious offense. Were those investigations getting too close to home for the president? The dismissal of Director Comey establishes a very troubling pattern. This administration has now removed several law enforcement officials in a position to conduct independent investigations of the president and his administration. From Acting Attorney General Sally Yates to Preet Bharara, and now Jim Comey. What should happen now, what must happen now, is that Mr. Rosenstein appoints a special prosecutor to oversee this investigation. Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein sat in the Judiciary Committee and promised to appoint a special prosecutor at the appropriate time.
It's time for Erie Otters Hockey.
Jet Radio 1400. Erie's news talk station.
Now let's go to the ice with Aaron Cooney.
OHL Championship Series shifting to Mississauga, Ontario, as Game 3 inside the Hershey Center this past Monday. Well, it's the Steelheads getting on the board, as the Otters, in that first period, unable to match the intensity and desperation that came from a Steelheads team looking to avoid a 3-0 hole in the championship series. And in the first, Mississauga taking the 1-0 lead with Ryan McLeod scoring the game's first goal for a second straight night. It was a 6-17 where he chipped the puck around, and Eric Chernak, defender station at the offensive blue line, and then McLeod off to the races as he beats Timpano high over the glove hand. 1-0 Mississauga after one period. They would add to it early in the second as Trent Fox would hit on the board with his 6th of the postseason, but that goal would wake up the Otters, who finally found that desperation that they were unable to match in the first 20. A power play goal from Alex DeBrincat at 7:46 had the Erie Otters on their way before the Strome-Radish-DeBrincat line would set up Dylan Strome for a goal as he rips home his 13th of the postseason from the right wing circle to tie the game at 2, little over midway through the second period. It was late in the third, as the Otters needed Troy Timpano to stop 15 shots after the Trent Fox goal. He did just that, including a big save in the final minute of the second period on Michael McLeod, the older of the two, before the Otters could spring out through the neutral zone. And after Kyle Maximovich put the puck on the net, Anthony Sorelli, first one to a rebound from the left wing circle, and puts the Otters ahead by 1, 3-2, with just 35 seconds left on the clock. But in the third period, the Otters took the foot off the gas. And after a fluky bounce on a Nathan Bastian goal from behind the Otters goal that banged off of Timpano's backside and into the net, tying the game at 3, the Otters folded a bit as the Steelheads would get themselves a few power play opportunities before Michael McLeod would notch his first of this series, deflecting home a Billy Sariarvi shot from the point to give Mississauga the lead, and for good, as they would outshoot the Otters. Just the third time all postseason Erie has been outshot through 20 games. And they would fall 4-3 as Mississauga makes this a series. The Otters, even in post-game comments and in talking with the team today, they knew they let one go. They knew that they did not match the intensity and the desperation that Mississauga brought in game number 3, and they're expected to be well prepared for game 4 here tonight. The Otters have only lost 2 games to the Steelheads now in the last 4 seasons. They're 17-2, including this postseason championship series, and look to avoid adding another loss on there as the Otters look to take an opportunity home Friday night in game number 5 to claim the J. Ross Robertson Trophy. Well, again, everyone, I'm Aaron Cooney. This is the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. We'll be joined once again by Bill Granger on the broadcast as we get set for game number 4 of this OHL Championship Series. The Otters lead 2-1 in the series, and a big-time game 4 coming up. We'll set the scene for you and look at a few lineup changes coming up on the other side of this break as the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show continues right here on Jet Radio 1400.
What's more exhilarating than playing $100,000 club with top prizes of $100,000? Winning on the spot.
Yeah!
So if you can't wait to win, then don't wait to play $100,000 Club, the new scratch-off from the Pennsylvania Lottery, for a chance to win up to $100,000 on the spot. The Pennsylvania Lottery. Keep on scratching. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
So we had just moved here from out of state when the phone rang and this nice woman introduced herself as our healthcare concierge. She wanted to welcome us to her new health plan. And I thought, well, this is something nice. But then she took the time to find us a family doctor near our new home. And I thought, no, this is something different.
Customer service, unlike anything you'd expect. UPMC Health Plan.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
Why buy a used car when you can drive a brand new one for less than $11,000? The 2017 Mitsubishi G4 sedan is an all-new vehicle available in this region only at Interstate Mitsubishi, half mile south of the Mill Creek Mall on Route 99. The Mitsubishi G4 is one of the least expensive ways to own a brand new car that's a new car with many features. Right now you can buy this new sedan for less than $11,000. It's $10,999 or $149 a month. That's $149 a month to own it, not a lease. And the G4's mileage, up to 41 miles per gallon. Makes it even more affordable with the tax on gas going up. Think about it. A brand new sedan, the all-new 2017 Mitsubishi G4, under $11,000. Only at Interstate Mitsubishi.
Prices prior to tax, title, and license and includes dealer APR cash, which requires financing through dealer indirect lending service. Payment is figured at 84 months, 3.9% APR, at Tier 1 approval, and does not include tax, title, and license based on 14,830 MSRP.
Stimulating talk. Erie's News Talk Station. Jet Radio 1400.
Welcome back inside the Hershey Center. Aaron Cooney here, preparing you for game number 4 of the Rogers Championship Series. The Otters with a 2-1 series edge over the Steelheads right now, and hoping that today, May 10th, is a good omen for the Erie Otters. 15 years ago, on this exact same date, the Otters claimed their first OHL championship, defeating the Berry Colts in overtime in a game number 5. That back in 2002. So tonight would give Erie a chance, if they win, the opportunity to close out the Steelheads and reign on their first championship since 2002. And it all starts here tonight in game number 4. As you're listening to the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show, getting you set for tonight's matchup. As the Otters, well, we'll have a couple changes into the Erie lineup here this evening. That's our Marsh to Marsh Real Estate Services lineup. As first, we're going to go Troy Timpano. He will start 11-4-1 this postseason, a 2.76 goals against average, and an .894 save percentage for the Otters' 19-year-old goaltender. Scratches for the Otters tonight include number 2, Mitchell Byrne, number 3, Ryan Martin, number 8, Carson Edwardson, number 42, Hayden Hopkins, and number 46, Cade Robinson. As that brings us to our UPMC injury report. Mitch Byrne now on that injury report. Well, it's more of an illness. He's out sick, will not play here tonight. But coming off of the UPMC injury report list is Cameron Lizotte, who's been cleared after that upper body injury has held him out of the last 7 games now. So Lizotte back in. He'll be on the 4th line with Garrett Podubny and Christian Gurney, as the Otters would like to get back to pressuring the top 4 defensemen and making life that much more difficult on them, especially that top pairing of Jacob Moverari and Vili Sariarvi, who had too much room on the ice in game number 3 to skate with the puck and join in on the play. The Otters will look to get bodies on him, and Cam Lizotte, after talking with him this morning, we're going to hear from him a little bit later on the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. You're going to hear now he's pretty excited, and he wants to strike some fear into the blue liners of the Steelheads. He wants to get tucked in deep and start banging some bodies around, and we're going to see that from Cam Lizotte on this evening. Over on the other side, the Mississauga Steelheads. You can scratch number 2, Ryan Wells. Number 12, Marcus Dickerson. Number 16, Jake Romolo. Number 17, Schooley Dow out for Mississauga. Matthew Mancina will get the start, 9-3 in the postseason. 2 shutouts through his 12 starts. 2.01 goals against average and a 9.23 save percentage for the overage goaltender coming over. Well, first beginning his career with the Gulf Storm, then to the Peterborough Petes, and now here settling in an OHL final series with the Mississauga Steelheads. Talked about Cam Lizotte. He's getting set to jump back in the lineup for the Erie Otters. We're caught up with him before the game this evening. We're going to hear from him next as the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show continues right here on Jet Radio 1400.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzi's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzi's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times News said Nunzi's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzi's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzi's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
National Fuel says, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
Tim's 2 for $4 breakfast sandwich deal is back, only at Tim Hortons. That means you can wake up to a great breakfast at a great price. Get 2 breakfast sandwiches on a freshly baked bagel, homestyle biscuit, or English muffin with either sausage or bacon for just $4. It's a deal so good, I'm on my way to Tim Hortons right now. Literally. At participating U.S. restaurants, offer available on standard breakfast sandwiches for a limited time plus applicable taxes. Single sandwiches at regular price.
Keep up on all things Erie Otters by following us on social media. Follow the Otters on Twitter and Instagram at Erie Otters, and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Erie Otters Hockey. You'll get up-to-the-minute news on all things happening with your Erie Otters. So check us out on social media today.
Listening is half the battle. Understanding is the key.
This is Jet Radio 1400.
Understanding is the key.
WJET, Erie.
Welcome back inside the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. Aaron's going to hear joined at this time by Erie Otters defenseman /forward now, Cam Lizotte. And Cam, I know you got banged up in the Owen Sound series. It must have been tough to watch, but to come here now, enter back in the lineup for the OHL final. What's it mean to you?
Yeah, I'm definitely really excited to get back in. Definitely tough to watch your team play without you. I'm excited to do my part, play my role, and hopefully bring some energy for the guys.
From watching the guys downstairs and watching the first 2 games of this series, what have you picked up on and what needs to be done that wasn't able to be accomplished in Game 3 on Monday?
Yeah, I think we have to, play to our potential. If we skate the way we can, play the way we can, good things will happen. So I just have to jump on board with that, and hopefully we could, like I said, I could bring some more energy, kind of bring another gear to the game.
Chris, when I talked to him earlier today, he mentioned how good their top 4 defensemen are and how they like to have room out there on the ice.
skate with the puck, move with the puck, and the kind of offense runs through them off the back end. For you as a defender, a guy that throws the body around, is this a spot where you can come in and get them thinking and maybe looking twice before they start making some moves behind the net? I'm sure they're already looking twice now that they know I'm back in. So, yeah, I know they're going to be nervous, and I'm going to be skating hard, working hard. So, yeah, I'm hoping to create anything I can and bring energy. Now, for this team to, well, on the road, there's been some tough sledding when you look at the Owen Sound series, and it took a big game in Game 4 to rebound. A couple losses in the London series as well on the road, but here against Mississauga, they've been okay as a home team. Is this something you guys can exploit now when after dropping the first one and rebounding here? Yeah, definitely. Like they've been playing great hockey as well. So coming back from the loss, we're definitely ready to get back on track and show them why we're number one. One last thing for you. Looking at yesterday, the team has a little day off. You get to go play a little putt-putt, and you ran the show. It seems like you get some good experience playing some mini golf. How does that take some pressures off you guys and off your shoulders when you get a day to step away from hockey, and especially in a high-stakes series? Yeah, like our coaches are great for that. They always like to schedule different things away from the rink, and I think it truly brings us closer, and it creates good vibes everywhere. Like no one's stressing over different things, and yeah, it's a great time. So it's awesome that the coaches do that. Can it take 16 wins to raise the Robertson Cup? You got number 14. Let's get 15 here tonight. Definitely, yeah. That's Cam Lizotte of the Erie Otters. Face-off is next on Jet Radio 1400.
What's more exhilarating than playing $100,000 club with top prizes of $100,000? Winning. On the spot. Yeah! So if you can't wait to win, then don't wait to play $100,000 Club, the new scratch-off from the Pennsylvania Lottery, for a chance to win up to $100,000 on the spot. The Pennsylvania Lottery. Keep on scratching. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for Sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, well, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized Sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs!
You know, Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody. Programs, get your programs!
In the Mill Creek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall-off-the-bone ribs, made-from-scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located at 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494. What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and one round of glow golf, all in one great space? If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade. Playport is more than just an arcade. Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages, and now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time. Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the big white building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
Dr. Jones is right over there.
Early in the afternoon, Barbara checks in at a doctor's office. But if you look out the window, it's miles from the closest medical facility. Because Barbara is in Highmark's Healthcare Mobile Clinic, a doctor's office on wheels that brings care directly to remote communities and members in need. By reaching out to Highmark members in need and inviting them to our mobile clinic, we're making access to care a little easier. Living proof of the difference you can make when you're all for health. Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Visit highmarklivingproof.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome inside the Hershey Center, where tonight the Ontario Hockey League presents Game 4 of the Rogers Championship Series. The Erie Otters visiting the Mississauga Steelheads. Logan, everyone, Aaron Cooney, proud to be with you, and also joined by Bill Granger on the broadcast once again. And Bill, we saw the response from Mississauga after going down 2-0. But I think the Otters have taken the day off, a day to kind of relax and step away from hockey for a bit, but you're right back out of here for Game 4 and a chance to take a pretty big series lead into Friday night's Game 5.
Yeah, I think you're going to see a different hockey game tonight. Looking back to Game 3, the Steelheads outshot the Otters 31-26 over 3 periods and 16-6 in the third frame when they won the hockey game 4-3. I expect that Chris Knobloch will command his troops to cut down the chances, be a more defensive team, get them back into that perhaps high teens, early 20s in the shots on goal. I expect them also to close off the neutral zone and cut down on the speed and the command of the Steelheads coming through that neutral zone. And you're going to see all guns blazing for the Otters tonight, I think, and get them thinking, the Steelheads, I should say, to be defensively minded. Get them back on their defensive heels for 60 minutes. And those 3 strategies, I think you'll see tonight from the Otters.
We're set to get underway. Bill, I think you hit it right on the head. The Otters, I talked to Chris Knobloch for the game, or before tonight's game, they want to get going and going quickly. They're in the offensive zone here. DeBrincat giving it in front for Strome right off the hop. But the Otters can't connect on the try, and off comes McLeod, stepped into by Darren Radish, and Fogle has the puck. Erie starting with a line of Fogle, Strome, DeBrincat. Taylor Radish playing on the second unit. On line with Maximus and Sorelli. As Erie passes ahead, here's Fogle in on a breakaway. He scores! Warren Fogle, the milk's gone bad. 27 seconds in, and the Otters lead 1-0. Yeah, I don't think you can draw it up much better than that. 27 seconds in, the Otters step ahead for Warren Fogle, and he rips it home on a breakaway. 1-0 Erie.
Well, it breaks that 2 games in a row where the Steelheads have scored that opening goal. And now they've got them in that mindset that we just talked about, think defensively, and the Otters will take it to them once again from this face-off drop.
Warren Fogle coming up with his 11th of the postseason. Him and Anthony Sorelli is being acquired by the Otters. They have been phenomenal. But here comes the block the other way. He's poke checks, and Sandbrook leaves the puck out to center ice. Kyle Maximovich, he'll toss it in down the left wing side. And after it is Taylor Raddick to the near corner. He'll pick it up, looking for Sorelli and Maximovich. And Sorelli has the puck, but he ran out of real estate and ran right into Sean Boomhauer. And LeBlanc picks it up. Otters back up, give a little bit of ground on LeBlanc. He's going to head back behind his net. Chased out by Radish and watching also Maximovich. Dish it up the boards and on down. This could be an icing call as Nick Haig trying to beat it out. Chernak gets there first. And an icing call made, and 1 minute off the clock, but Erie to an early lead, 1-0.
Again, closing off the neutral zone. Prevented the Steelheads from coming out through the neutral zone. They had to ice the puck to get away from the forecheck, and that big zone between the blue lines. And they get the ice back down 200 feet into the blue zone.
On the other side, Kyle Pettit taking the draw with Lodnia and Patrick Fellows. Pettit waved out. Interesting for Kyle Pettit in the other night. So good on faceoffs. Went 2 for 11 on draws against Mississauga in game number 3. So it wasn't just the defensive effort, everything from the Otters. The game was just off of them a lot as Fellows leads this one towards center ice and doesn't pick it up as followed by Owen Hedrick. And Fellows again into the zone, and Lodnia picks up right wing side. Snaps on that, quickly blocked it away. Pushed up out to neutral ice. And Fergus and Owen Hedrick on back. Here's Fergus. Back for Owen Hedrick again out of the right wing circle. Lifted out ahead just on Dylan Strome, trying to break the D down, trying to go between them. It's poke checked by Gibson, and Strome again will turn and fire. And that's blocked all the way. It pops to center ice. And the Otters, they're without Mitch Byrne here tonight as they play it back in for Warren Fogle down the right wing side, trying to get down on Osbansky and put a hit on him, but it's Sari Arvey able to tip the puck ahead. Cascanet, man on his back, and they turn the puck over neutral ice. Quickly again off the blade of Strome to neutral. At the red line, Moverari heads across ice towards me and bounces it off the near side wall, and Timpano out to play it as he sets it up for Darren Radish. For Fogle out of the near side circle. Flicks it right back for Darren Radish, and he'll skate with it as they're on top of him, and Chernak follows up, and he's got some room, looking to snap ahead, and it's picked up by DeBrincat, offside, however. One last touch by Watson out in the neutral zone, and it just forced that pass off the mark enough to draw DeBrincat offside.
Yeah, DeBrincat in motion just at the blue line. They actually set up on the blue line right ahead of the Steelhead bench, and that's a little touch that you mentioned. He was in motion. The puck had to catch up with him. By the time it did, he was offside. The faceoff comes down to the right of Troy Timpano.
Bastion's waved out of the draw. Shaw Boomhauer steps in against Anthony Torelli. He fared a little bit better on faceoffs for the Otters, went 9 of 14 as the Otters, that was in game 3. And he does take this one, and here comes Erie out to center. Keep it in on the blue line by Darren Radish nicely, but Nick Haig wires it around the boards, and Eric Chernak on to chase it, but it's an icing call again here to Mississauga.
Well, quick strike by the Otters, 27 seconds in. Warren Fogle with his 11th, as you call it, Aaron. The lone assist going to Darren Radish, and the Otters are up real quick in this hockey game, 1-0.
I think they may have to go look at that assist, because Dylan Strome directed that right onto the blade of Warren Fogle just inside the blue line between two defenders, and Fogle took off. But I think we'll see Strome get an assist on that if they go and look at the replay. But here's Tippett, pushed ahead for Bastion, trying to back down TJ Fergus. Fergus shoulders him into the board. It's in behind the Erie net, and again Bastion back after it. Forgot one thing, the puck, as he's tied up by Taylor Radish back there working defensively. Fergus is watching. Now in between his skates is 25 and White. Tied up, coming down to the near side. Knocked down off his skates, and there's Torelli. He gets run over by Boomhauer. The puck loose, and Maximovich takes out the center, and I believe they just added that assist. Here's Maximovich dumping it in, and then they'll change. And LeBlanc wheels ahead, 23 in blue. On for Michael McLeod, busting in right wing side and just shouldered by Chernak and sent onto the boards. Puck loose, tipped up and out. And I believe Watson was the last one to touch it as it goes out of play in the face-off into the neutral zone. With 16:37 to play in the first, and the Otters lead 1-0.
Well, they just added that second assist, as you call it, to Dylan Strome on the opening goal. Only one shot registered, and that was the shot that found the back of the net at 27 seconds.
There's just the little shift in lines for the Honors. Chris Knobloch to get them going. And here's Fogle back in with DeBrincat on the right wing side. Fogle gets some room for himself. Hits the slot with the shot goal. But Terry Yarby deflects it out of play. And we'll have another stoppage. And the other change for the Honors, no Mitch Byrne tonight. He's out sick. So Josh Wayman draws duty as the Erie 6th defenseman. I'm not sure how many minutes you'll see from him. And even as right now, Otters have been rolling a 5-defender rotation through the first little over 3 minutes. Cascanet takes the draw back. Moved on for Harrogate. Now out Cascanet, left wing side to the neutral zone. Flip it into Erie territory. Trent Fox after it ties up with former teammate Darren Ranish as it's poked loose and Warren Fogle. Couldn't control it fully, but it's sent into the Otter zone offside, so it gives him a second to go and fish it out of the far corner, and Darren Ranish has the biscuit now. Launched ahead for Warren Fogle, tipped by Trent Fox. As LeBlanc spins away from Dylan Strome with some traffic on him. Poke checked away, and it's on near side. Fogle tries to chip it ahead for DeBrincat. He's in all alone. DeBrincat for Strome. They score! Dylan Strome snaps home the 2-0, and it's 2-0 Erie.
Well, that play all started from right at the blue line. A close check, hardly any gap at all, as LeBlanc tried to carry the puck out. He was poke checked. The puck came to the near side right at the blue line, and DeBrincat picked it up 2-0, as you call it, Aaron, right over at the top of the crease to Strome, who buried and made no mistake. 2 quick goals here. The time of this one, 4:08, 2-0 Otters.
Bad change of the defense from Mississauga on that one. That led to a 2-0 with the top 2 scorers in the OHL postseason. Here's Tippett now into the offensive zone, dragging on towards the front, got it back and snaps one towards Tim Fano, who makes the save. That's the first shot on goal for Mississauga. Here, 4 minutes and 25 seconds in. 2-0 Erie, as very early on in this game number 4, but the Otters, you can tell, a much better sense of urgency than in game number 3. They seem kind of nonchalant for much of that game, and here tonight it's been business for the first almost 5 minutes.
Well, the big guns time to play tonight. Fogle gets the opening goal, followed by Strome. Inside of 4:08 into the first period of play, 2-0.
Tippett turns and leaves the puck down to the corner for Bastian. Fox after it. Poke checked by Bastian to himself on the near side. Flies in front, and it's poke checked by the Otters and freed out as Maximovich. On for Taylor Radish, trying to look for Sorelli to pass behind him. And Erie whistle offside on that attempted rush.
Well, Mancina in the Steelheads cage is usually such a reliable guy, but he was hung out to dry on that 2-0. The Otters have registered only 2 shots on goal, and both of them have found the back of the net.
And to give up 2 high-quality chances so early in a game, that's not the recipe you're looking for to start. But Chris Knobloch has certainly dialed his team back in for this series. As this one stretched out ahead for McLeod, but the Otters, they're fortunate. They've got a twig on it to direct it just wide of the attempted headman pass. As Watson turned into the boards by Taylor Radish, still in the Erie zone after that stretch play, and held at the blue line. Michael McLeod drops it off for Ryan McLeod, sends it across. The Otters pick it off, but there's nobody ahead. Taylor Radish will skate. Now look on to the left wing for Sorelli. Tied up by Haig. Maximovich follows up in the offensive zone. He's loose, trying to get it towards the front. He was shoved down by McLeod as Radish puts Michael McLeod to the boards, and Taylor Radish trying to pick this puck up. As now some penalties coming up. I believe Haig and Maximovich are both going to go.
And Maximovich took a cross-check that took him to the ice, but he had a little roughhousing behind the net as he squared off a little bit with the player from Mississauga, and I think you're right that they'll both go.
Maximovich makes his way over, and Haig, he's been barking at Taylor Radish. Even back to Game 3, they had exchanged some pleasantries throughout the matchup, and Haig indeed does come off. It'll be 4-on-4 here for the first time tonight. All of 5 minutes and 17 seconds off the clock, but the Otters take advantage of their 2 opportunities. Just 2 shots on goal, and they got 2 goals. It's 2-0 here early in the first of Game 4.
Bit of a mismatch there. 6'5" is Nicholas Haig to match up against the a little more diminutive Maximovic.
And he doesn't back down from anybody. 9 and white. Tippett holds and snaps one. That was off the mark by half a mile as the Otters bounce one off of Jordan Sambrook. DeBrincat cleans up his own. He stick handles away from one, but Tippett's on his back. DeBrincat ahead for Eric Chernak. Pushed across, looking for Dylan Strome. Followed up by Sambrook as he skates in offensively. Knocked down by Sariarvi. Still able to play it into the zone, but it's gathered by Mo Verari, and off they come. Bastian right wing. Into the zone, Mo Verari heads to the net. Bastian fires. Scooped up by Timpano. And the stoppage here with 14:02 to go in the second.
A little 4-on-4 hockey opened up the ice a little bit for the opportunists on both clubs here, and the speedsters for sure. So the face-off is to the
they just turned the blowers on you.
Oh, that's big.
There's papers everywhere. Sorry about that.
Face-off did come down to the left of Timpano.
The Otters control. Darren Radish on from Sorelli. Try to cross on for Fogle. Does pick it up. Has Fergus at the blue line. Erie in offensively. Fergus on for Sorelli left wing side. Trying to put it to the front. Fogle was there. Osmanski able to defend. Fogle stuck it up the blue line, up towards the blue line rather, but it's intercepted by Watson. He comes off with Michael McLeod. Fergus is watching. Given to McLeod. Darren Radish comes in, knifes it away, and off he goes. May have a 2-on-1 if he hurries here with Sorelli. Here's Darren Radish in left wing side. Cuts to the front and fires, and it stops Mancina, the save. With Darren Radish trying to go 5-hole. LeBlanc now on for McLeod. Again, another odd man rush. Erie, another great opportunity offensively. Early going of this game. Chipped up the near side and the Otters zone. It's Spencer Watson with it. His shot. Glove save, but it pops out of the glove. And the Otters bounce it on for Taylor Radish, who lugs it ahead. 1-on-1 now, 1-on-2. Man on his back. Knifed away, and Lodnia follows up. Taylor Radish trying to get it freed one more time, but Cascanet skates out the center with it. And he's shouldered by Chernak. How you doing? And the Otters move ahead with Lodnia. Left wing side. Walking in, wrist shot. Blocked by Sariarvi. Radish back down low. One hand on stick for Lodnia. Man open on the near side. Sambrook, but the pass just off the mark. And the Otters back up into their own end here. Now 5-on-5. Maximovic is free. Lodnia flying down the right wing side. Trying to step around Mo Verari. And he's forced onto the wall. And Maximovic just on. Gets that puck loose. Bounces it onto himself to the near side. Knuckled ahead. Owen Hedrick holds it in. Takes a slapper. Thinks better of it. And sends it back onto the far side wall for Ivan Lodnia activating. Sambrook with him. Holds from the circle, Jordan Sambrook. Erie changing behind the play. Poked on for Maximovic. Looks and has Hedrick, but he comes near side. Sets up Hedrick for the one-timer, and he just has to twirl and keep that puck alive as the Otters back up to their own end and play the puck that way. They had a man stretched out and tip it. And Owen's down, but the Otters able to recover on the near turnover. 8 minutes off the clock here in period one. 2-0 Erie on their first 2 shots on goal. Patrick Fellows can't get it in deep, but it's followed up here. And Christian Gurney flying to the zone. Lost the handle as he's poked there by LeBlanc. Fellows going to follow up now. So it's to the front. Here's Pettit turning and fires. Oh, getting a piece of it. I believe Mancina with the blocker is Pettit. Stunned as he turns from the left wing circle and onto the dot.
Well, the first 2 shots on goal for the Otters found the back of the net to make it 2-0. The next 2, and that was just the second, were both quality opportunities as well. So the Steelheads giving up great opportunities to the Otters, and they're making them count.
They just showed the hit from Eric Chernak. Just leveled Cascanet right at the center ice face-off done.
Well, you talk about sacred ground around that blue ice area. The neutral zone for the Erie Otters is sacred ground, too. Then they're protecting it just by doing that sort of thing.
Here's Bastion out through neutral ice. Pokes it around the Otters street. TJ Fergus, but into help out is Chernak. They try to get out in front, bounce out towards the Otters. Cole fogged after it, but it's poked away. Timpano clearing his own blue crease. As the Otters knock this one towards center, Harrogate follows up. They drop it off. That was nearly turned into another opportunity. If 2-on-1, if Fogle would have got that loose, it would have been Strome and DeBrincat. Here's Mo Verari, though. Forced it onto the near side. Harrogate trying to begin into the zone. Put it off the skate of the linesman, and the Otters end up icing this one as it will roll. No icing as it's washed out. Surprisingly, here's Mo Verari now to bring it ahead. Left side, McLeod stepped into by the Otters' Maximovic, and the puck freed up. Ryan McLeod sends it back as they try to wind it up one more time from the neutral zone. Sariarvi's turn. Wooley skates, weaves through a couple, brings it on to the far side boards and puts a shot through. That's off a stick and deflects on near wall. And the Otters bounce it up. Ryan McLeod keeps in. Darren Radish on back. Angled up the far side for Maximovich. And tries to send it ahead, but he turns the puck over to Watson. Loose along the Otters bench, but Sorelli gets back defensively and carries the mail to center. Pass to Taylor Radish, as Erie picks it off right between the face-off dots. Maximovich on for Darren Radish, cutting into the front as he got a whack. And down he goes. The stick broken in two on the hack. I believe it was that McLeod that put it down. And Sean Reed over to check in on Darren Radish, who's down along the ice to the near side. Just broke the stick. Hopefully not over the wrist of Darren Radish. Here he's going to the power play. And Darren Radish still down in the near side corner. Is Andrew Kupneski down to check in on him?
Well, this is likely to be better than a 2-minute minor penalty. Could be a double minor or even a major penalty if the referees deem this an attempt to injure if it's up high in the hand.
He took that right on the top of the right knee, Darren Radish.
And he's very tender, too.
Where they're right where that padding ends. And the Otters, they got to get guys over to help Darren Radish out. He's not putting much weight on the right leg at all. Reigning OHL overager and defenseman of the year, led all defenders in points, led all defenders during the regular, or in the postseason also with points. But a vicious two-hander over the right knee to Darren Radish. And I don't see McLeod in the box for the Steelheads.
He may be gone for 5 minutes match penalty. If that's a wicked slash, as you call it, Aaron, and man, oh man, then you lose a valuable guy. And for sure, it is 5 minutes up on the board. That's a match penalty. Assistance is given down the corridor to the dressing room. Man, oh man, I hope he's...
Well, he broke his stick over his knee.
Yep.
On the splash. I'm going to show it one more time here. But you can see this. A two-hander right over the top of the knee, and Erie's owing to a 5-minute major power play. But you lose Darren Radish. Here's Maximovich. Banks it out for T.J. Fergus along the blue line. Sent on as the Otters toss the puck up out at neutral ice. And Fergus on back with Vogel. They'll take control. 5-minute major power play for the Erie Otters. You can score as many times as you can on this one. As Bastian runs Vogel out of the play. Lifted up and out by Mississauga. Ryan McLeod chasing. Here's Timpano. Waits and fires up the near side. Slowed down by Fergus, but Bastian quickly on it to the near side corner. Sent on to the near boards. Maximovich able to free it up, and Bastian now backs off, and Erie back in control. It's 2-0 here from the Hershey Center. And Erie on a 5-minute major power play. Starting to make some changes now as DeBrincat takes the puck. McLeod chasing. DeBrincat left side for Dylan Strome. DeBrincat heading to the net now. They throw it on for Taylor Radish. It deflects off his stick and it's cleared by Ryan McLeod. Owen Hedrick out to center. The pass. Dylan Strome as Hedrick has replaced Darren Radish on this top power play unit. Taylor Radish gets in left wing side, peels off, and looks up high. It's Dylan Strome. Down onto the circle. DeBrincat got loose, walks in, tries to fire the puck, and it was taken away, and Gibson will clear. Erie in these couple games have really tried to hit the middle of the ice, that soft spot on the power play. DeBrincat now leans in, pokes away as he finds the puck out of the corner. Alex DeBrincat then up ahead, but picked off. As the Otters give up a breakaway to Owen Tippett, shorthanded, going to the forehand, he scores! Owen Tippett, his first of this series, and it's a 2-1 game.
Well, a shorthanded goal. 3:10 still left on the 5-minute major penalty clock and the power play for the Otters, but it was the shorthanded breakaway by Tippett to cut this margin in half, and boy, did they need that goal to help with this 5-minute major and cut the margin in half.
That's a huge tally for Mississauga. And even after losing your captain, you get a little bit of momentum and take it away from the Otters as they were feeling pretty good and trying to add to it. But the Otters, you could tell, had a hard time getting set up with what they wanted to do. Owen Hedrick got a whole lot of power play time with the top unit. As now Sambrook on with the second unit as Maximich brings it in left wing, looking for Fogel. Back up high, Maximich, as he brings it on in. Hands off to Sambrook, lines up, slap shot through traffic, and it just sails wide. He may have got a block on it. As off Lodnia, ahead for Fogel. Trying to tuck it on for Sambrook. Charges on the near side, Warren Fogel. Sets it up along the point. On for Sambrook, left wing side. Snapped across. They get a stick on it, loose around the near side as Lodnia gloves it down. Gives to Fogel at the point. Bounced off a stick, out of play. And the faceoff will stay inside of Mississauga territory in a 2-1 hockey game. 7:43 to play in the first.
Well, winning the faceoff was a good start to battle back here to regain that 2-goal lead. The Otters did win the faceoff, and it's how you respond to being scored upon, right? The other team going to come back? Well, not likely because they are short-handed. But the Otters, they certainly want to restore the 2-goal lead on the power play.
There's Sorelli, got loose, tried to go short side, getting a piece of it. Mancina tied up as Nick Egg. They direct it on to the circle, poked around, and Spencer Watson can go to center and launch it on down ice. Campano settles it and gives to Dylan Strome. And a 2-1 game. Erie on the power play for another 2 minutes and 10 seconds. DeBrincat slowly drifts ahead and comes across the blue line. Feathers it in behind the goal, LeBlanc on after it. As he holds it up, but Strome gets there first. Send it onto the circle, and Taylor Radish finds it. Gives cross ice for DeBrincat. Shuffled down low, Strome waiting, looking to pass out in front. That was defended. Erie gets it back. Taylor Radish has to hunt it down along the near side. They give to Owen Hedrick. On for Strome at the circle. Gives a cross for DeBrincat, walking in. Fires, springs it off the post. And Strome sends it for Owen Hedrick. Quickly in front for Taylor Radish. Back to DeBrincat. One-timer. They got a piece of it. Sorelli with it for Strome. In front, Taylor Radish. Robbed by Mancina. Erie still with the puck. Here's DeBrincat. Going to get loose and sends it to the front. Kicks around and gloved down by Mancina. But great passing from the Otters. They cannot finish it off.
Well, it started with the pass from behind the net to the side of the net, and a tip pass right across the top of the street, and a crease, I should say, and a tip shot. Real pretty to watch, and quick releases on the passes and the tips. They just know where each other were, but they couldn't register. Mancina saves the day.
A couple big saves on that power play. We'll remember those going forward as Bastian picks up the puck and rifles it off the glass down ice. Minute 15 with the man advantage. The Otters, well, they lose Darren Radish. Mississauga, they lose Michael McLeod. Maximovich brings it out to center. Skates in on the right side. And he holds in at the blue line. Gives off to Jordan Sambrook. And now Warren Fogel, left wing side, winds up half slapper. And it was blocked by Gibson. Poked back between the net. Penalty coming up as the Otters are going for a splash. As the stick of Gibson broke in two on a chop from Ivan Lodnia, and we're going to be even. And a bit of a power play coming up for Mississauga. Once we're done playing 4-on-4, but 6:06 to go in the first. 2-1 Erie here from the Hershey Center.
Well, 56 seconds left in the previous power play for the Otters, so that'll make a 1:04 power play that the Steelheads will inherit in that 56 after that 56 seconds has transpired. And right now we've got a bit of a timeout on the ice. Both clubs gather at their respective benches to plan this 4-on-4 for the next 56.
Otters fans, real food, real beer, real historic atmosphere. That's what you'll find at the brewery at Union Station, Erie's original brew pub and restaurant, located downtown at 123 West 14th Street. That's the brewery, proud sponsor of the Erie Otters.
Well, you think two teams on the ice makes a hockey game. Well, that's not true. You need a third team out there. And it's led by referees Sean Reed and Scott Ferguson, and it will be Adam Harris and Andrew Smith patrolling the blue lines, and I like to call that the third team on the ice.
You've been part of quite a few third teams on the ice as a former official yourself.
Yeah.
That is our referee lineup, brought to you by Laser Eye Surgery of Erie. So 4-on-4 for a second time this period. And we're going to have to watch how the Otters play defense because you lost Darren Radish. Hopefully he's okay. You'd love to see him, hopefully not as bad as it seemed to be as the Otters trying to stretch it out for Taylor Radish, but ice the puck. They won't be able to make changes, but down to 5 defensemen right now, and one of them being Josh Wayman, who was just put in the lineup in the place of Mitch Byrne, who's out sick. And I didn't start of the game. I didn't think Erie was going to use Wayman as much as a 6th defenseman and roll 5, but that changes here with the uncertain status of Darren Radich. Nice head fake from T.J. Fergus after face-off win as he gets some room out the center. On for Eric Chernak. Going to bring it in right wing side, puts it off to Sycamore Ferrari, and slides it across to the circle for Spencer Watson. 4-on-4 for 30 seconds. Then the 5-minute major penalty to Michael McLeod will be over. They cross it on for Watson, trying to back down T.J. Ferguson. Unless the shot goal, it rises wide on the blocker side. Owen Tippett now. Shoved to the wall by Taylor Radish. They get loose as Tippett drops it off for Watson, trying to fire again from the circle. And it's stopped by Tim Pano. Given for Dylan Strom down the left wing. Knows at times running down on the 4-on-4, so he sends it into the corner. Overari on back. Taylor Radish gives him a bit of trouble. But he's going to make his way to the bench as Erie on to the penalty kill. Little steps out. As the Otters knife it ahead. It's Sorelli out to the poke check from Owen Hedrick. Anthony Sorelli in short-handed. Takes it on down to the boards and right wing side. Put it behind the net. He's going to go pick it up out of the corner now. Feed it back out towards center, but it's picked off and tip it. Rather Bastion, on right wing. And he gets the puck into the Otters zone. Skates puts it in front for Fox. Tied up by Hedrick. Launched out to the blue line. One hand on the stick. There Arvey keeps it alive. On for Haig. Crossed on. McLeod waiting. Fires. Puts it to the front. Blocked by Hedrick. Hedrick after it along the far boards. It's loose and Sorelli. He'll get there first and launch it to the near side of Mississauga ice. 25 seconds on the Lodnia flashing call. 4.5 to go in the first. 2-1 Erie. LeBlanc just lifts it in. McLeod's going to hunt it down. Watched by Chernak, who steps in front of him. Eric Chernak up the wall, but not out. Haig keeps it. LeBlanc now. Watched by Pettit. Throw it to the front off his stick. And sent wide, I believe. Blocked by Chernak. And he gets to the near side and fires it down the glass on the clear, and that'll do it. Erie's even now. 2-1 Otters, 1-goal game. 4 minutes remain here on this first period clock. Holding behind the net, LeBlanc. Whistled ahead for Harrogate, watched by Stanbrook. Didn't want to get the line, but Boomhauer able to bring it in on the right wing circle. Bounce to the near side wall as a poke check by Ivan Lodnia. And Stanbrook able to take, and he skates off to Garrett Podubny for DeBrincat, wide left. Podubny going right down Main Street. DeBrincat cuts across now with the shot go, blocked away. The rebound just off the body of Garrett Podubny as Lodnia feeds Podubny, looking to bring it out in front, poked away, and ends up behind the net. And now DeBrincat, still holding, comes up high. Shuffles across, feeds Stanbrook, snaps it to the net, deflected, Roos in front. Lodnia couldn't get there. LeBlanc able to defend. DeBrincat with a wraparound try, still loose in front of the netminder, and it's gathered by Mississauga. LeBlanc on for Jacob Cascanet, who gets to center, flips it on near side. Boomhauer with an offside. The Otters changing ahead of the play as Stanbrook sees that and just launches it out to center ice. And Stanbrook, he paid for that one on that play. Boomhauer leveled him. Maximovich after it. Still in the offensive zone. Erie leaves it on for Chernak just in. He winds up slap shot save made. Rebound just past Taylor Radish in the offensive zone. They find Sorelli. Poked away by McLeod, but Sorelli keeps it alive. Good stick. And Sorelli has the puck for Taylor Radish. Skates the stick. Can't put it in front as it's scooped up by Mancina. And he holds on with 2:40 to go in the first. Now Stanbrook shaken up.
I was going to say close passing, or a good passing in close quarters inside the hash marks in front of the net by the Otters, but that last pass got to the man, couldn't control the rolling puck as he was under a heavy check, and it just rolled off his stick to Mancina, who gloved it for the stoppage and play with 2:40 left in the first.
Draws to the left of Mancina. He's faced 8 shots, but there's been some buzzing around his net. DeBrincat holding, hands off to Chernak. Big slap shot just wide off the mark, and Fogle after the puck sends it in front for Strom. He lets one go. Another save from Mancina. Just gets out in front with the body on it, and they're able to skate away. Watson, watched by Hedrick. Fox follows up as the puck loose onto the far side, and DeBrincat almost took it away. Last-ditch effort from Fox sends it behind the Erie goal. Strom trying to lift up the near side. Tippett partially blocked it as Strom's trying to sweep it back up the near side. The Otters think better. They back up, give a little ground as Hedrick finds Fogle. Out ahead, it's Lizotte. They want to get it in deep, and Lizotte takes off, but Erie's going to be guilty of an icing call. 2:02 to play in the first.
Well, 2-1 for the Otters, and they also lead on the shot clock 9-6 in that department, and that's where they want to keep the Steelheads, in that low range in shots on goal. 6 to 8 per period would be just exactly what the Otters would like to do while maintaining a margin in each frame over the course of 60 minutes.
Big-time tie-up at center, and Pettit gets a bit of help on that face-off. Here's after it, Cam Lizotte bounced around at the blue line, but Kaskanen able to settle it down enough and carry ahead. Right wing into the zone, back on for Kaskanen. Blocked by the Otters, TJ Fergus, but it's held into. It's Nicholas Haig. He lets one go. Blocked by Pettit and sweeps it out to center ice. And now Gurney trying to chase it down in a foot race with LeBlanc. LeBlanc able to outreach Christian Gurney, who makes his way towards the bench, and LeBlanc skating towards center. Watched by Cirelli. Then into the Erie zone, Timpano slows it down. Fires it up to the far side glass, and Maximich picked it out of the air and can't kick it forward. He lost the handle of it, but he finds Taylor Radish nonetheless. Now Cirelli, stand on the play. Gives down to the corner. Kaskanen crashing in, sends it on to the near side corner of his own end, and now picked up Moverari behind his goal in the final 65 seconds. Harrogate skating out towards center. The rest of his line, they head off as Timpano slows one down, launches out towards center ice. I don't think the Otters realized he was going to shoot it that way, and it allows Mississauga to pick it up, and Boomhauer on for Tippett down the left side. Cuts the middle, lets the shot go, blocked by the Otters. Chernak lifted off the glass and kept in at the blue line. Hedrick to chase it down. Turns away from Boomhauer. Tries to bring it on to the near side. Here's Hedrick. Spins back behind his own goal in the final 38 seconds, and the Otters protecting a 2-1 lead. Pocket picked as Cirelli has to help out to the near side. Moves up ahead, Taylor Radish. Going to lift it up and out. It'll get to the line off the leg of Boomhauer, and Taylor Radish gives to Cirelli. Sends it back to Hedrick. Now Chernak. And the Otters 22 seconds left, making changes on the play. Chernak on ahead. The pass to DeBrincat. Has been with him. DeBrincat carrying sends it in front. Tipped towards the goal by Strome, and Mancino the save. Here he feeds out in front one more time. It's intercepted by Boomhauer. Given out towards center. Here's McLeod in the final 5 seconds. Hit by TJ Fergus. Puck left there as it's sent to center on the play with time expiring. And a ruckus after the fact between Shaw Boomhauer and TJ Fergus. They're both sent towards their locker rooms as the Otters. There's some good news. As I just watched Darren Radish walk back to the locker room, still with equipment on. But 2-1 Erie here after 20 minutes. That's his first 2 goals, a shorthanded tally from Owen Tippett, but very close after 1.
It is, and the lead on the shot clock as well after 20 at 9-7. But more importantly, on the scoreboard, the Otters lead 2-1 going into the first intermission.
We're going to step for a break, and when we come back, we'll hear from last night's postgame shortly after this, here on Jet Radio, 1400.
Otters fans, Bertrand here from Cloud 9 Wine Bar. If you want a place to get great food and great drinks specials before Otters game, stop in and see us at Cloud 9 Wine Bar for happy hour from 4 to 6, featuring half-off draft beer, draft wines, and selected menu items. Cloud 9 Wine Bar on the corner of 10th and French Street, Erie, Pennsylvania.
Why buy a used car when you can drive a brand new one for less than $11,000? The 2017 Mitsubishi G4 sedan is an all-new vehicle available in this region only at Interstate Mitsubishi, half-mile south of the Mill Creek Mall on Route 99. The Mitsubishi G4 is one of the least expensive ways to own a brand new car that's a new car with many features. Right now you can buy this new sedan for less than $11,000. It's $10,999 or $149 a month. That's $149 a month to own it, not a lease. And the G4's mileage, up to 41 miles per gallon. Makes it even more affordable with the tax on gas going up. Think about it. A brand new sedan, the all-new 2017 Mitsubishi G4, under $11,000. Only at Interstate Mitsubishi.
Price is prior to tax, title, and license and includes dealer APR cash, which requires financing through dealer indirect lending service. Payment is figured at 84 months, 3.9% APR, at Tier 1 approval, and does not include tax, title, and license based on 14,830 MSRP.
My daughter needed a nebulizer for her asthma, so the first thing I did was call my healthcare concierge to see if it was covered. There's no surprise to me when she said that it was. But what was surprising was that she then called the medical company, scheduled the delivery, and before I knew it, someone was here explaining how it works. I mean, who does that?
Customer service, unlike anything you'd expect. UPMC Health Plan.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
Welcome back inside the Hershey Center. The Otters hold a 2-1 lead after 20 minutes. This is the UPMC Intermission Report. The Otters' first 2 goals on their first 2 shots, it was Warren Fogle and Dylan Strome for Erie, and then shortly after that, Michael McLeod took a 5-minute major penalty for splashing. But even shorthanded, they're lethal as Owen Tippett scores their second shorthanded goal of the postseason to make it 2-1. We're going to take it back to Monday night and hear from head coach James Richmond of the Mississauga Steelheads and defenseman Billy Siriarvi in their post-game press conference.
Head coach of the Steelheads, James Richmond, and defenseman Billy Siriarvi. Coach's job was certainly to get the win tonight on home ice and took full advantage. Take us through the game.
Take full advantage. Another 1-goal game. You know, it's both teams are playing their hearts out, and that's what the OHL is about. It's the best developmental league in the world, and I think the fans are getting their money's worth right now. I think both teams are playing really well. The star players are being star players, and the goalies are making good saves. So it's a lot of fun to be involved in, and now we'll focus on Wednesday night.
Really a big part of that game-winning goal, put the puck on net. Take us through the play and how it worked.
I got the puck from deep behind the net, and I was in the blue line. Just coach told me before that let's get pucks through, and just got puck through, and Mikey tipped it in.
JR, I'm just wondering what kind of attitude you guys took into that second period, a late goal of the game, obviously, and a period away from them having to play a hole.
Yeah, you know what? I thought we were pretty good in the second period. We made 3 bad plays with detail, losing the focus a little bit, but I thought we were pretty good in the second period. So we were down 3-2, and some of the guys were a little bit annoyed in the dressing room, and I just tried to settle them down and refocus and get back to playing the way we've been playing. We've been playing pretty well in the playoffs. You know, we didn't play well in the first game, but Erie's Erie. I mean, they're a high-potent team, so we just refocus and get out there for the third period, try to win the period.
And you're seeing a lot more free-flowing from the guys, particularly in the first period. How much has confidence been growing as the series goes along?
Well, that's the big thing we talked about, too, is to have confidence to go out there and play. We've earned our way here. I mean, we didn't fluke it in here, and we didn't get here because of one player. We got here because our team is playing well, and I told them to have confidence in themselves and in each other, and just focus on doing what we do right.
Coach mentioned about playoff hockey, is that kind of weird goal from behind the net, but that seems to be the list your team. What that meant?
Yeah, put pucks in the net, and some of them go in. I mean, some of them bounce in, some of them go straight in. And, I don't want to say we drew it up that way, but we talked about it, and it was a great play by Bass. I think if you ask him, he would say that he was trying to do that. So that's what we're going to keep doing.
More hockey coming up on the UPMC Intermission Report here on Jet Radio 1400.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzi's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzi's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times News said Nunzi's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzi's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzi's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
National Fuel says, smell gas? Leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas? Leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
The warm weather is here, so let's drink up every second of it together. As always, Tim Hortons will bring the drinks, like our freshly brewed iced tea and iced coffee. Now try a small for just $1. They're perfect for hitting up the local skate park, taking in a baseball game, camping in the great outdoors, stargazing with friends, road tripping through the mountains, or barbecuing on a perfect Saturday afternoon. So get to Tim Hortons quick, because there's no better time to get outside and enjoy a $1 iced coffee or iced tea. Wherever the warm weather takes you, at participating U.S. restaurants for a limited time.
Erie Otters 2017-2018 season tickets are now on sale. Take advantage of the advanced discount price by committing before May 31st. Visit ottershockey.com for more information or contact the front office at 814-455-7779.
Welcome back here inside the Hershey Center. Aaron Cooney with you. Alongside me, Bill Granger joining me on the broadcast as the Otters hold a 2-1 lead after the first 20 minutes. This is the UPMC Intermission Report, and we'll go ahead and jump right into the Arctic Spas recap as Erie, well, they jumped down to an early lead, just 27 seconds in on their first shift. Darren Radish and Dylan Strome set up Lawrence Fogle onto a breakaway. He makes no mistake, barreling in on Mancina and snaps home his 11th. Fogle returns the favor and sets up the Brinkett and Strome on a 2-on-0 on a bad line change from the Steelheads out of their own end. And Strome finishes it off, make it 2-0. And a little later into that first, nearly midway through, Darren Radish takes a two-hand slash over the right knee, right where the shin pad ends and the pants stop. There's that soft area. They took the slash, went down in a heap, and, I mean, McLeod broke his stick on the play over the knee of Darren Radish. McLeod gets 5 in the game. Erie loses Darren Radish for the rest of the period, and that kind of threw the power play out of sync as he had to shuffle some parts. Darren Radish, he's been so good headmanning that power play unit, and now all of a sudden you're without the quarterback at the center point area. In Mississauga, they're able to take advantage as they get the puck away out of the left point, step around Owen Hedrick, and Owen Tippett the other way with his first goal of this series to make it 2-1 shorthanded as Erie fails to capitalize on the power play, but they walk out with a 1-goal lead after the first 20 minutes. But it'll be curious to see how the Otters move on without Darren Radish if he doesn't return to this game, which pretty major cog. You've seen the awards he's picked up, Bill, and
absolutely
now not to your roster right now.
Well, you know, the good sign is you pointed out you saw him in the corridor, still in uniform, walking it off, and that's a good sign. But you don't want to see any player hurt. Certainly, his losses and the caliber of play he brings to the team and leadership. You don't want to see that loss to the team. But on the other hand, you've got McLeod. He's lost to the Steelheads for the hockey game. The time of that slash and major penalty and game misconduct was 9:49, and the goal came at 11:40. So pretty close to the middle part of the hockey game. And perhaps the penalty and the loss of their captain, Steelheads captain, was an inspiration to them, as you had said off air. And you know, it turned in their favor with that breakaway, and they potted it to cut the margin in half. So, yeah, they caught a break perhaps, but it's still 2-1 for the Otters heading into the second period. And, they'll be talking in the rooms, the respective rooms, to make adjustments. And in the case of the loss of both players on either side, should Radish have to stay out for the remainder of the hockey game.
We will find out if Darren Radish is able to return. He is right there, stationed to come out as the players start making their way. We'll see if he skates as the second period on after this on Jet Radio 1400.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for Sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance, and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized Sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs!
You know, Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody. Programs, get your programs!
In the Mill Creek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall off the bone ribs, made from scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located at 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494. What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and one round of glow golf, all in one great space? If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade. Playport is more than just an arcade. Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages, and now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time. Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the big white building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
If a picture is worth 1,000 words, imagine the value of 1,000 words. Jet Radio 1400.
WJET Erie.
Welcome back inside Mississauga. The Otters lead 2-1 after the first 20 minutes. We're set for the second period. The face-off here at center ice after a couple seconds in. The puck's deflected out into the Mississauga bench, but we're back underway. No penalties carry over. We're even strength 5-on-5 to begin. I'm Aaron Cooney, pleased to welcome back in, and also joined by Phil Granger on the broadcast as the Otters send this one in long range, slowed by Mancini, gets up to Sariarvi, watched by DeBrincat, snapped on ahead. They try to catch the Otters on a change in the long range pass, and Erie beats it out for an icing call, just missing on that play. You change the guy at the closest door, pops now at the blue line. You almost had Owen Tippett on a breakaway.
Well, you've got a good portion of the ice there. What would you say? Probably 20, 25 feet between the red line and the blue line. The difference between the two doors on the bench. Yep, you gained some real estate for free.
This is one of the few rinks that has 3 doors on their benches. You got one right nearest the red line, one exactly on the blue line, and one in your own end. But in this time, it's in the offensive end because this is the period of the long change. As Taylor Radish almost poked one away from Trent Fox, he's able to carry it out to center ice. Nice on by Maximovich and Sorelli, but Fox gets it right back, and he's stepped into by Eric Chernak as Fergus sweeps it around the near side. Bastian couldn't handle the puck, and the Otters stretch it loose with Taylor Radish down the right wing side, looking for Maximovich coming against the slap shot save. They rebound right to the front, and Chernak couldn't get a stick on it, and Bastian goes off. Maybe a 2-on-1 here. Fergus slides. Bastian drags on to the front, and he tries to get the shot away, and it's blocked. And his own man Tippett turns and lets it loose right in front. Otters knife it and send it out ahead. They'll get to neutral ice, but Erie avoids that early offensive opportunity as Bastian just waited and waited and waited and then took himself right out of real estate. Poked in by Maximovich, and the Otters will change. Stepping out there, Darren Radish, who has returned to this game and now in his first shift. Back after taking that that slash across the knee. Pettit plays it out to center. It's Nick Haig now. Pettit on after him into his own end. Played up the near side boards right off the body of Patrick Fellows, and the Otters bash it right back in. LeBlanc settles it down. Now Haig in a 2-1 hockey game. Here, early part, second period of Game 4 Rogers Championship Series, and the Otters have a 2-1 lead into that series. Tip for Owen Hedrick. Played ahead for Fellows. Got the blade on it. Deflects it in, chased after it as Mancina forces it onto the near side. Fellows trying to step in front of Osmanski. Played up the near ball as Podubny just hammers Osmanski on the near side. Not known for that, but he has some size to him, 39 in white. Now it's Lodney into the zone. Poke check. Guides it down low. Osmanski stepped into by Garrett Podubny again, but he's able to put it ahead for Harrogate, who's crunched by the Otters' Cam Lizotte in just his second shift of the evening. Darren Radish behind the goal. Stops this one on the back end ahead, but Gibson blocks it down. Sticked away by the Otters' Timpano and Lodnia. Nice little dish to Garrett Podubny, and ahead for Cam Lizotte, brings it in on the right wing. Snaps one towards the net and just missed wide on the glove hand. Podubny poking with Harrogate. Sends it on to himself and wanted to put it in front for Gurney. Just going to get it there in time. As Osmanski battles down on the near side, Gurney keeping it alive. A check down goes Lizotte behind the play. Barking away. He can't believe it, but the puck is out to center ice and then into the Otters zone. Timpano comes out to play it. The Otters going to tell Lizotte, hey, just get back to playing the game. You can't get caught up with the other stuff. Well, it's Josh Wayman holding behind his net. 3 minutes off the clock in period 2. Wayman. Nice pass ahead to the Brinket out at neutral ice. Snap cross for Dylan Strome. Poke check nicely by on the back end there. But the Otters steal. Look out in front as Fogle and DeBrinket turn one just loose. Fogle has the puck, drops it off for Alex DeBrinket, picks it out of a corner and sends it down low. Strome trying to bring it to the front. Nice move, puts a shot on goal, and it trickles to the netminder Mancina, who covers up.
Well, good work by DeBrinket on the half wall on the far side. He dumped it behind the net for Strome, who brought it out into the front of the crease and got 2 shots away, equal to the task, and staying square to the shooter was Mancina to make 2 big stops, and they were really crucial as the Otters raised their shot total to 13 versus 8 for Mississauga.
Sorelli against Boomhauer, and the Otters win it. Taylor Radish loose, sets up Chernak at the line. Wrist shot batted away by Mancina, activating Darren Radish. Softly sends it on for Sorelli, behind the goal. Maximovich trying to bring it in front, throws it to the net, and that's off the blade of Mancina. Sorelli to the puck on the near side, turned around by Watson, but keeps it alive. Sorelli knocks this one down with the glove, hands off, just out of the reach of Taylor Radish in front. LeBlanc now to the corner. He's poke check. Turn around by Maximovich with the Otters changing behind the play. Reel it back at the red line. Chernak sends it back on ahead for Lodnia. Tipped on for Sorelli, dropped on, man just in. It's Fellows down the right wing side, moves in, off the pads, the shot, followed up by Darren Radish. Has it now, waits and fires. Blocked by Fellows in front. Lodnia trying to pick it out of the body of Haig, but it's scooped up by Watson, who takes off. Watson going to make his way down the right wing side. Hedrick stays with him the whole way. Freed up, and here's Darren Radish. Bank it up the near side. Fellows turns and looks to bounce it ahead. It's Pettit, and in deep. Another great chance for the Otters, and there you saw the change. Again, we mentioned those doors that go into the offensive zone in the second period, and Fellows almost capitalized. Tried to pass off the pads play, but the Otters couldn't get to that rebound. As Sean Boomhauer finds the puck in his end, stripped of it by Kyle Pettit. Now it's Lodnia, looking from the far circle. Has the drop, instead brings it up back up high. Wanted to settle it for TJ Fergus, but he ran out of room. Poke check by Haig, who puts a cross check to Ivan Lodnia after the fact. Hedrick has the puck for Erie. He's going to duck it into the zone, left wing. Going to bring it himself down to the circle now. Poke check, as they got 2 and none on the ice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1 just came off, and I think that's going to Mississauga. Door opens, and Erie's going to the power play.
Well, when that happens, you hear one bench yelling and the other bench is quiet. And you can hear the calls, too many, right from across the ice to our vantage point here. And the referees did catch it, so it'll be a power play for the Otters right here. We played 5 minutes and 4 seconds of the second period.
There's the big part. You get Darren Radish back on your blue line for this power play. Talk unit on for Erie. That includes Radish, Strome, Sorelli, DeBrincat, and Taylor Radish. Fill it out. But this will draw one into the corner by Bastian. Bounce around. It's Sorelli trying to bring it out to the front. Strome was tied up, and he's banged up as he took a stick into the midsection, and it allows Mississauga to clear. Darren Radish back from behind his own net. Ahead for Dylan Strome. Got some room on the left side, so he brings it on in, and now look as he has it taken away by Bastian. And Fox, they close quickly on number 19 and put the puck down to be moved by Timpano. Now it's Alex DeBrincat. The Otters power play on the road this postseason, 42.9%, and they find DeBrincat, shuffles it on for Radish, slap shot to the front, and it's off a stick wide. Hey, banked it off of Taylor Radish and allows Sorelli to settle it down. Darren Radish, tight quarters, sends it on for Strome, left wing side, lines up, gives off to Taylor Radish, snap it to the net, and it's off the pad of Mancina. DeBrincat picks it up along the half wall. Otters trying to get moving. They send it up high. Darren Radish to Strome on the circle. Walks in, tucks it to the front, looking for Taylor Radish. It comes to Darren, winds up with a blast, and that's off his stick, and it bounces onto the near side corner. McLeod blocked it, and it's cleared by Mississauga. Second unit starting to come on for the Otters as they work it ahead for Sorelli just in. Spins away from some traffic. They back up, and he gets just enough time to make a move. Still holding. Launch it out high just on Lodnia. Wrist shot to the front. Fogle tipped it, but he put it right to the glove of Mancina.
Well, the puck came to the half wall here. Sorelli just inside the blue line of Mississauga. And boy, did he protect the puck well. Two blue shirts surrounded him, and he protected the puck, gained some time and space to make the pass, and that's how you maintain possession in the attacking zone.
39 seconds with the power play still for Erie. Second unit on, and headed against Trent Fox. They win the draw, but Fox just gliding forward, able to knock it out to center as now Cascanet softly sends it into the Otters zone. Timpano's going to come out and shuffle it onto the corner for Warren Fogle. The Otters break out ahead. They'll drop it off for Maximovich. He skates left wing side and has Fogle on the sidecar, but takes the puck back behind the goal. Feed it that way for Lodnia in the final 15 seconds on the man advantage. Trying to give it out to the point. It's intercepted. They got a poke check on him and a freed up, and now Tippett heads off the center ice as he's hit by Pettit. Sends it back for LeBlanc on the play at his own line. Lifted towards the Otters bench. There's Nick Haig, and it's sent to Erie ice to kill the remainder of the time on the power play. Looking for Owen Hedrick as he skates it out to center. Fires it ahead. Glove down by Kyle Pettit. Gets into the zone. Hedrick joins him. Winds up with a slapper that's kicked away by Mancina. Chopped out by Fogle. But the Otters keep it alive, though. Maximich trying to poke it to himself. Glove down by Tippett. Just on Garrett Podubny trying to stay with him as he dives to make the play. And it's bounced around to the near wall. Tippett, he played a lot of that penalty kill as the Otters move it on for Owen Hedrick, who takes the knee from Bastian and tumbles down to the ice. LeBlanc turns and spins it towards the goal. Stops Timpano. Back behind for a wraparound try, and now the Otters are going to the box. Maximich, I believe, as it's touched up. And Owen Hedrick is coming right for Bastian on this one, if he was not happy with the knee. But Kyle Maximovich is coming off on the penalty. This will be the first full power play for Mississauga. They had a brief one after Erie made it 4-on-4, but Maximovich goes to the box.
A cross-checking penalty there puts the Steelheads on the power play. This is a big kill for the Otters and a big power play for the Mississauga club as they look to draw even.
Dylan Strome just goes forward with the face-off and launched it down the length of the ice, but Sari Arvey carries the mail. For Watson, right wing side, stepped into by Fogle. They tumble down to the ice. Fogle gets the puck and he lifts it on to center. It'll trickle for Mancina to settle. All this without Michael McLeod, who is ejected 9:49 into the game on the 5-hit major for slashing. Lifted onto the near side. Trent Fox poke it around the horn. Chernak reaching for it. but it comes to Ariarvi as Chernak backs up defensively. On for Watson, trying to tuck into the front. Poke checked here, but it freed up and able to find Moverari. Watched by Fogle, off his skate, and the Otters take off the center. As Fogle looking for Sorelli. Into the zone they come. Drop it back for Fogle. Tucks it onto himself. Backs up now. Erie changing. They find Darren Radish. He stays in the offensive zone now. Keeps working down the right wing side. Fires one. Mancina had it lodged in his equipment. It comes loose. It's now taken away. It's Sorelli. And the whistle sounds. And Ariarvi comes after Sorelli, but that puck got caught in the equipment and dribbled out of Mancina. And Sorelli playing to the whistle for his team, but Erie you get an offensive zone draw here on the play.
Well, the referee, Sean Reed, right on top of the play. The puck did spring loose. You could see it from our vantage point, too. Sorelli took a couple extra whack to get it out further, but Mancina would have none of it, and he eventually covered it up for the whistle.
57 seconds in the Max Simovic cross-checking call. As Pettit tied up, Haig knocks it onto the corner. Jammed for McLeod. That's Ryan McLeod, the younger one. And now Ariarvi looking to bring it towards center. Pass to Haig out on the far side. Snapped into the Otters zone. No icing. Comes to Timpano as he'll fire it up off the near side glass. And down it goes. Timpano cleaning his own end. Changes for part of the Otters penalty kill unit as Ariarvi smoothly skates ahead and finds McLeod on the pass. Curls off at the near side circle. Gives to Tippett at the blue line. Winds up. Fires. And that sails high on the big drive from the blue line, and the Otters pick that puck up from behind their own net and deliver it the length from corner to corner.
That's a shot you hear, maybe not see.
They had a lot of those in Game 3, too, as Tippett brings it in offside. One extra move sent Kaskanen off, and the Otters 7 seconds left in the kill. 10:26 to go here in the second. Erie leads 2-1.
Couple of observations about Troy Timpano. On the penalty kill, he serves as a third defenseman. Gets the puck on his stick, and he has an opportunity. He'll clear the zone as we've seen him do in this power play, or penalty kill, I should say. The other part is, when he has a chance to play the puck after it coming to him, he'll keep the puck alive. Give it off to one of his forwards or defensemen to move the puck up ice, rather than freeze it and put it up as a 50-50 chance of winning the faceoff.
The Otters killed it off as out comes Max Simovic. And Matthew Titus, I think this is his first shift of the entire final as he sends one in from long range. It's stopped by Timpano and held on. As we're back to even strength, 5-on-5 with 10:06 to go.
Yeah, the aforementioned Titus, right, got the puck on his stick, made a quick shot, and raced right to the net, forcing Timpano to hold on for that save and force the face-off to his left.
It's the Strome, Taylor Radish, Chernak, and Darren Radish out there. The Otters put top unit Strome to bring it. Taylor Radish back together here. As we approach that TV timeout as DeBrincat pokes one ahead to himself and he comes flying down the left wing side. Has a man with him for Taylor Radish, but it's poked away by LeBlanc at the last second. Strome keeps it alive in the zone. Pokes back in front for Haig is DeBrincat. Maybe thinking now that he may want to take that shot instead. As Fox directs one into the Otter zone, and here comes Timpano to move it, as Bill said. And then on for Taylor Radish. Looks to stretch it out ahead for DeBrincat. Quickly on for Strome, trying to bounce between the D. Just bouncing around, whacked away by Moverari and back onto center. And Strome there for Erie in the cool hands of now Taylor Radish. Comes right wing side, trying to bust around Moverari. Snaps one towards the net, and that's just wide. Strome will leave it in down deep. Left there to the far corner, DeBrincat after it. Pokes up the line, Hedrick. Bounces it back down, Ariarvi against Strome. Stick lift from Strome. Here he has the puck. He's going to drive to the net. Strome trying to bring it out in front. And he was tied up, couldn't get the shot away. It was knocked down to center ice and sent to Darren Radish. On for DeBrincat. Erie back into the zone here. Sidecar, Taylor Radish, he has it. Man to the net as they hand off to Strome with a one-timer. Blocked by Moverari. And it's bounced onto the corner after the play. As Taylor Radish somehow comes out of that pile up with the puck, comes near side, feeds Fergus, let the shot go off the shoulder. Mancina is now a penalty coming to Bastian. They got the stick up high on TJ Fergus, who went down in a heap to the right of Mancina. And I think Fergus is going also. A diving call. It'll be 4-on-4. There's a 2-1 lead for the Otters, 8:50 to go in the second.
I don't like this call. wherever it's made. If it's a legitimate high stick and a guy elects to go down, the high stick is seen. The referee has got his hand up for it. Why call the dive? The rule was instituted, in my recollection of it, was for players trying to show up an official and taking a dive and reacting, embellishing the play to draw a penalty. That's not the case. This was a legitimate high stick. Called high sticking, it's high sticking. How do you embellish a call that's already legitimate?
I agree with you. And if you're going to get a guy for embellishment, I don't know why you don't add another, make it a double line, and you end up getting the guy a power play awarded when it should have been.
Exactly.
When it was a legitimate penalty. But Otters fans?
Well, we saw that, we saw that in the National League with that phantom high stick, right?
Oh, yeah.
In the corner.
That is true. That was led to a power play goal for Justin Schultz of the Penguins, and that was disputed after the Bonino phantom high stick. And that's got the talk all around of embellishment. And PK Subban was just fine today for embellishment. You go to the National League, and that news is Erie wins the draw, and Chernak is going to wind it down behind the goal. Rubbed out by Spencer Watson. They got some history there. A couple LA Kings camps prior, as the Otters got to chase down Watson down the right wing side, and getting back on his horse was Chernak to block the shot, and Fogle takes it away. From behind his own goal, Orange Fogle drops it off for Chernak. And another handoff to Owen Hedrick, who gives some ground. McLeod backing him down. Flip on to Chernak, and now ahead, intercepted by Watson. Brings it in, lets a shot go. That was blocked by Owen Hedrick for the Otters. That's a no-no on that pass, as Erie brings it ahead. Fogle banked up the wall, looking for Sorelli. LeBlanc takes it over. Fogle back on McLeod now, as the puck sent for Nicholas Haig, and they reset. 4-on-4 here for 70 more seconds. And it's been a few times we've been 4-on-4. Third time, in fact. The Otters steal. Here's Strome. Couldn't get it to the Brinket. Tip it back defensively, and he winds ahead. Stepped into and drifts the puck on near side. Hands off to McLeod. Looking to give a cross. Strome knocks it out of midair, but it's knifed away onto the circles and back after it is Tippett. Ships around Darren Radish. Twirls back to the far side circle and trying to bring it in on goal. Turned around one more time, and he has to force it on for Castanet in the corner. Castanet with the Brinket all over him and just takes the puck away. And off goes Alex DeBrinket with Strome. DeBrinket trying to curl around LeBlanc. Shoved out of the play. And the puck rolls on to the far side corner. After it's Darren Radish. DeBrinket gets back up. As Radish into the offensive side of things. 4-on-4 under 25 seconds. Erie finishes a change here. They got to hustle out to the neutral zone and get their four men on the side. As Tippett snaps them from a sharp angle out of the near corner. Held on to by Troy Timpano. With 17 seconds left in the 4-on-4 period. In a 2-1 game, the Otters ahead, all scoring coming in that first.
7:07 left in the middle period here, or the second period, I should say. And, the Otters have registered 10 shots in this frame to just 4, that being the 4th shot on goal for Mississauga. So they're really shutting down the Steelheads in their attacking zone and keeping them to the outside. And the shots that they're getting there are very limited at just 4 this period. Overall, they 19-11 favoring the Otters.
Pettit beats out an icing call on a nice play, and Taylor Radish picks up the biscuit on from the circle. Trying to set up Eric Chernak, who just holds in. Swirls away from some traffic and is shoved down to the ice, and look out. Out of the box comes Bastian. Has Fox as Wayman gets defensively, and a good stick from Josh Wayman to stay in front of Trent Fox. Now Chernak puts his man to the wall. Fox without a stick. As he lost it on the play with Wayman, goes after it now in the corner, picks it up as the tie-up continues. Jostling and Taylor Radish. Bounced it up the wall, but it comes right to Moverari for Siriarvi on the near side. Watched by Maximich, takes the shot through some traffic. Oh, a glove save by Timpano. Thrown back towards the front. Timpano keeping it along the side of it, and it's onto the corner as Erie knocks it away. Bastian back behind the goal. As they're trying to get it towards the front, Bastian denied by Wayman. Takes it to the far side now. Out to the point, Moverari, edge fake. Siriarvi now comes across the line and flips it right back from Moverari, left wing circle, gives it in front for Harrogate, and he couldn't get the stick on it. Fergus trying to poke it away. He lost his edge and went down. He's just out of the box. Is now Wayman, the rookie, after it. Smashed by 2. Plays the puck over. Bounced ahead by Erie as Taylor Radish looks for Maximovic off his skates, and the Otters do clear on that try. Maximovic trying to get a man in front. They have him there, but they can't get the pass through. Tied up by Moverari down to the corner. As Taylor Radish looking to dig loose. Erie gets a shift change on the blue liners as they snap it ahead for Watson. Backing up, Hedrick. Watson takes off down the right wing side. Watched by Hedrick. Trying to bring to the front. He just runs the goaltender as Hedrick makes a beautiful defensive play, and Erie's going to the man advantage.
There's going to be a penalty here to the Otters for that defensive play. And it may be 2-2 here as well. We'll see what happens here. Both players coming over.
What's the call on Hedrick?
Well, Watson is off for the Steelheads and Hedrick for the Otters. Not sure what it is. Could be goaltender interference on Watson, but we'll have to wait and see.
I want to know what the call on Hedrick is. I thought he made a great defensive play. He poked the puck away, and Watson, with his feet, went right to the goal and crashed into Timpano. I'll have to wait and see what the announcement is. I don't understand it. But we're 4-on-4 again. Fergus on for Darren Radish on the near side after the Otters won the draw. Strome softly for... It's holding. If you're going to go ticky-tack on that one, and if Bill, we get a chance to watch it, here's DeBrincat coming in with a shot, and it goes off a body wide, then you've got to call it the rest of the way, because that was pretty... look out, Darren Radish wide open, goes 5-hole, and it's stopped by Mancina. And the whistle sounds as DeBrincat found Darren Radish wide open in front of the net. Just couldn't fake out Mancina.
Yeah, home alone there was Radish. Mancina stood his ground. Going 5-hole was Radish, but closing the gap was Mancina to make a pretty important save there to keep it at 2-1. 1:35 left in the 4-on-4 hockey and 5:02 left in the second period.
The way they've been calling this series, that's as soft as a holding call as we've seen. But I got to get off the guys. They are human after all. And mistakes calls. This is the way, nature of the game. As the Otters trying to chase the puck down in the offensive zone. Jammed up the near side. Fergus activates and tries to pull away from traffic nicely. Now spins it on to the far side and Chernak on after it. He's shouldered by Bastian and it's played ahead to center ice. Fergus in some trouble with Fox on him. And skates it on ahead to center ice. TJ Fergus, 25 in white. Slows down now. Curls it out to the point. Chernak, he's got a room to walk in. Fires and it's blocked by Bastian. Loose to the near side. As they bring it on near side for Chernak to twirl away from Bastian. Has the puck now, Chernak. Brings to the far side. Poked away Moverari as Chernak now backs up. Left the puck behind the goal for Steeriarvi. Chernak heads off. And he looks a little slow as he makes his way to the bench and takes a seat. Darren Radish chases one down to the corner. Run by Cascanet, and the Otters can pick it up in Josh Wayman. With Taylor Radish out to his right. Trying to give that way, and it comes right to Nick Haig instead. Radish stays on top of him, but Haig seeks the center. Poke check by Darren Radish. He got it right back, though. Haig trying to fire from a sharp angle out of the corner, and Timpano says no. Lifted ahead for Sorelli. A little bit left in the tank after that shift, and bounced it on across. Darren Radish going to get back defensively as it's picked up on the intercept. Cascanet. They launch it in. They're offside. Haig well ahead of the play. Wayman's got all the time in the world to move it. He'll just settle it down as coming out of the box is Owen Hedrick in 2 seconds. We'll be back to 5-on-5. They find Taylor Radish at neutral ice. 3:23 to go. 2-1 Erie. Here in game number 4. Blasted around the horn. LeBlanc poked it, but the Otters. Garrett Podubny back after it. Picks it up out of the circle. Podubny trying to come across. Throws him to the goal. Poked away. Loose in the crease. Maximovic to it. But Mancina again. He has made some important stops in this period to keep his team within 1.
Well, he's the difference so far as the shot total rises, I should say, to 21-13 favoring the Otters. And many of the chances, as we saw, especially in those opening 4-5 shots that Erie put towards Mancina in that opening frame, resulting in 2 goals, were grade A chances. And here's another one.
Dylan Strome, DeBrincat, Taylor Radish out. Fergus, Hedrick, the defenders. Bastian wins the draw, but Taylor Radish after it, balanced behind the goal. Steeriarvi able to slide around from McLeod, but it's off his skate. And Dylan Strome ties him up. Bounced around. Steeriarvi in those good hands, able to shift his way back onto the near side circle, heads behind the goal. Trying to stay with him is Taylor Radish and Dylan Strome. DeBrincat watched also. Taylor Radish comes off on the change, hopping on Fellows. But it's given ahead for McLeod. Trying to bounce on in front. Here's Sebastian going to the back end. Kicked away by Timpano. Homie ain't playing net. Otters break out the other way. Right wing side. Fellows down the right wing side. Trying to move it out to the front. Fellows comes across with a shot to the net. It bounces wide. DeBrincat now. Tied up on McLeod. Fellows in to help out. They give up to Chernak. His shot scooped up by Mancina, and he holds on. But Timpano hasn't had a whole lot of work in this second, but makes a major save on a short breakaway for Bastian in front.
Yeah, it was a great save down at the other end. We've seen it time and time again in this game tonight that the Otters really put pressure on the puck. They never give up on a loose puck. They challenge the Steelheads in their own zone and often come up with the puck and maintain at least possession and continued pressure.
LeBlanc with a man on his back, nearly taken away by Fellows. Bounced on the near side. Max Simic gloves it down. Turns and protects as he tries to move it on for Fellows. As LeBlanc is tied up with Max Simic and it's dropped the other way. Tip it from the right wing side. Watched by Wayman. Throws it in front. It's off the leg of Chernak. Bounces on the far side. And Pettit sends it on near side wall. As it goes around the circle. And Maximovich tucks it on for Fellows. He's shoved by Haig. Poked it through his legs. And Boomhauer takes over at his own end. Defers to Haig in the final 2 minutes. And a 2-1 hockey game here in Game 4. The Otters lead. Minute 45 now with Haig drifting towards the Otters offensive zone. Trying to back down Josh Wayman, who got stuck out here. Throws on right through the goal mouth. And he blew a tire on the way. And the Otters can break out 3-on-2. Here's Warren Fogle, right wing side, with Sorelli. Drops it off, but a penalty coming up behind the play. 3-on-2 negated, and Chernak goes for cross-checking. It was drawn by Shaw Boomhauer, I believe, and it goes from a 3-on-2 to a power play for Mississauga.
Yeah, late in the period here. You don't want to give up anything on the power play here with 1:33 left to give a little momentum to Mississauga.
I'll give credit to Shaw Boomhauer. He just got in the grill and stayed with Chernak and drew that call himself. And now he chances Watson tied up. Darren Radish takes it from him, rips it up off the glass, and down it goes off the leg of Moverari. The power play will carry over as Warren Fogle steps out, trades places with the Otters to bring it. Radish only blocked that one, and I don't know if that's the same knee or not, as the Otters send it again down the ice on a play by Warren Fogle. It's Strome. He was watching Siriarvi, heads off now. It's Watson down the right wing side, trying to test Radish. They lose the puck on the stick handle move, and Fergus will send it to length again. Fogle looks gassed. He stays out, though, as they hold the puck behind their own net. They wait for Owen Tippett, and they'll wind it up in the final 50 seconds of the period. Siriarvi on for Nick Haig on the left wing side. Just it to himself, but Bastian flies into the corner, go after it. Darren Radish moves it. Fogle on for Sorelli, who can skate. He's got some room out the center, trying to flip it to himself through the legs of Siriarvi and busts around him. Here's Sorelli, and a goal! He crashes the net, and it goes into the goal, but they're waving it off with Mancina crashing in Sorelli, but Erie's even it up.
Yeah, they're going to get a penalty here. Hooking is Sorelli. Just made move after move to break through. That slip pass to himself actually hit the defender, but he was able to tap it ahead again to get a breakaway in Mancina. And the puck, I think, entered the net, but it was waved off. But a penalty call to Mississauga for the hook evens it up at 4-on-4 with 31 seconds left in the second.
The way he was able just to turn Siriarvi inside out, that's no slouch defender. That's the third-round pick of the Detroit Red Wings. And he drags it to the front, but Erie has even things up here at 4. 31 seconds to play in a 2-1 game. Draw to the left of Mancina. Strome to take it against Trent Fox. They win it on for DeBrincat. Kicks it loose to Fergus. Near side, Hedrick lines a flapper just wide on the glove hand. DeBrincat comes back up the wall with control. They're going to just keep it down low. Feeds for Strome, but LeBlanc gets there. Forced the wall by Dylan Strome. Hammer up the far side, and this delivers down to Erie ice. Hedrick will chase it down. No icing because of the stick lift by Fergus. And now Hedrick gives off to T.J. Fergus the final 5 seconds. Want to wind it up real quick. They got to get down ice. Fergus waiting, launches a shot right to the mitt of Mancina, and he'll let time expire as now LeBlanc and Strome go after each other. Fergus ties up. And I think we'll have penalties coming from this when we come back. Watching Nick Haig and Dylan Strome, LeBlanc and Fergus mixed up together. But I'd like to see better temperament control from Dylan Strome at the end of a period. You're up 2-1. You don't want to lose one of the top players in junior hockey for any amount of time in the third period.
Yeah, at the end of the period, the referees will talk to these players, calm them down a little bit, but we'll see what transpires here at the 20-minute mark of the second period if other penalties are called.
Zabringa comes over and he has a little chat with Sean Reed. And also down here is Scott Ferguson. Trent Fox involved for Mississauga with the Otters. Well, they outshoot Mississauga 15-7 in that second period. And that's what Chris Knobloch has delivered with this team. The best defense is a good offense. They had the puck a lot, you can tell. Erie's got to keep this gear on, and Strome's the only one getting a penalty out of that.
That will be, what'll that be, 4-on-3 heading into period number 3. But those shot totals are fantastic. We cited that as one of the keys for the Otters in our pregame. Keep the shots low for Mississauga.
We'll step for a break. We'll hear from Chris Knobloch next, right after this on Jet Radio 1400.
Hey, Otters fans. Bertrand here from Cloud 9 Wine Bar. Do you know where you can get a great Sunday brunch? Cloud 9 Wine Bar is now offering Sunday brunch from 11 a.m. till 2 every Sunday. Our brunch features over 20 items, an omelette, a carving, and a crepe station. Stop in and see me at Cloud 9 Wine Bar on the corner of 10th and French in Erie, PA.
Crossover utility vehicles, called CUVs, are more popular than ever, and there are too many to choose from. If you compare them closely, however, you'll know why we believe that only one CUV offers the most and costs the least. It's a 2017 Mitsubishi Outlander Sport CUV, and you'll find it in this region only at Interstate Mitsubishi. The Sport is now $19,990 or $239 a month, and that's with all-wheel control. The Sport also comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 7 airbags, 18-inch alloy wheels, and a 6-inch touchscreen, and more. If you like CUVs, please compare the Outlander Sport with all-wheel control for $19,990 at Interstate Mitsubishi, 1/2 mile south of the Mill Creek Mall on Route 99.
Special pricing includes dealer APR cash, which requires financing through dealer indirect lending program. Lease figure to Tier S approval and is prior to tax, title, license, and dock fees. First month payment due with signing based on $23,390 MSRP.
Whether you're a student athlete, a seasoned competitor, or a weekend warrior, UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine is the only regional program with more than 30 years of experience treating sports-related injuries. From sports injury prevention to specialized treatment, visit us in our facility located in the Bayview Center at 100 Peach. UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine is recognized for its expert treatment and rehab of any sports injury. Count on UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine, the choice of area athletes. Visit upmchammett.org for more information.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
Welcome back inside the UPMC Intermission Report. Aaron Cooney here, joined at this time by Erie Otters head coach Chris Knobloch. And Chris, the game number 3, the team falls 4-3, but it seems like they didn't have that same energy and intensity levels the first 2 games at the Erie Insurance Arena. Did you see the same thing? Was that the case? The team responded that second period to come and take the lead, but it looks like Mississauga, you really saw their speed in game number 3 on home ice.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with not respecting our opponent as much as we should. I think we looked at how the success that we had in the regular season, and some of the guys, the success we've had the last 4 years against Mississauga, and we've kind of just think it's going to be easy. And a different Mississauga team is playing incredibly well. They absolutely cruise through the Eastern Conference and deserve to be here. And unless we give them that respect, we're going to have more games like we did in Game 3. That we need to increase the intensity, our focus, and I think that loss has reset our team, and I think we'll be prepared to have a really good game tonight.
Now, it was back-to-back games, and in the postseason, the back-to-back nights haven't fared too well for you guys. Did that play a factor into playing Sunday and Monday with how fast and how intense the first two games have been?
I don't think it had anything to do with it. I thought I think we're fresh, but I just think it was just the fact that we're up 2-0, and maybe in game 1 to 2 that we hadn't played our best, and we still won those games. That we felt it was going to be easy, and I think with that loss it'll refocus our group.
Having the day off and to get the group out and a little mini golf, saw something similar between games in Game 3 and 4 in the Owen Sound series, but to have the guys in kind of a friendly competition, by design, and I know you came up with the ideas with the hotel in Owen Sound, but what does that do for a group just to kind of remove yourself maybe from the series and then for some of the pressures that may be there, just to have a little fun with the gang?
Yeah, I think that's very important. Whether, in the past we've done many team building events, whether it's at our rink, another facility, when we're traveling on the road, but the other night, or the other afternoon, we had a mini golf or putt-putt competition, and organized by Wes Wolf, who was an extraordinarily well MC and host, but I think it's good to forget about and just have some fun, and ultimately you win and lose with your teammates, and the more fun that you have away from the rink, I think the more invested guys are when they're playing together.
I didn't see the final score, so the staff team won that, right?
The staff team did win by 1 stroke. Yes, they did.
Glad to be a part of that one. The Game 4 coming up here tonight against the Steelheads, and you mentioned that the team just may have lost focus for Game 3, but to rebound. They did come back. They did take the lead in the second period, and Dylan Strom even said it after the game that they need to play more like that when they play better down 2-0. But to get back to that wholesale game, what are the Otters looking to do here tonight and maybe even early on against Mississauga?
Well, one is discipline. We took 4 penalties, which was too many. We don't want to be doing that. And another one was getting the pucks behind their defense and making them defend in the offensive zone, or in our offense in their defensive zone, where we just turned over way too many pucks in the first period. In the second period and the third period were much better. Hardly did any of them, but I think we are harder on them early, especially on their D. They were only 4 defense quite a bit. We're making them turning and having to defend. It really wears them out, and we had a lot of opportunities to do that early in the game, and we didn't do it. It just allows them to play a lot of minutes, and it's just an easy way to play the game. So that's definitely something we'll have to address.
Thank you for this, Coach, and good luck tonight here in game number 4.
Thank you.
That's Chris Knobloch of the Erie Otters. More hockey coming up on the UPMC Intermission Report here on Jet Radio 1400.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzi's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzi's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times News said Nunzi's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzi's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzi's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
National Fuel says, smell gas? Leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas? Leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
Tim's 2 for $4 breakfast sandwich deal is back, only at Tim Hortons. That means you can wake up to a great breakfast at a great price. Get 2 breakfast sandwiches on a freshly baked bagel, home-style biscuit, or English muffin with either sausage or bacon for just $4. It's a deal so good, I'm on my way to Tim Hortons right now. Literally. At participating U.S. restaurants, offer available on standard breakfast sandwiches for a limited time plus applicable taxes. Single sandwiches at regular price.
Keep up on all things Erie Otters by following us on social media. Follow the Otters on Twitter and Instagram at Erie Otters, and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Erie Otters Hockey. You'll get up-to-the-minute news on all things happening with your Erie Otters, so check us out on social media today.
Welcome back here inside the Hershey Center in Mississauga, Ontario. The Erie Otters lead 2-1 after 40 minutes of play in Game 4, the OHL Championship Series. As the Otters, clinging to that lead now, heading into the final 20 minutes, and it will be shorthanded for 2 brief periods of time when play resumes for the third. So how we got there, this is the UPMC Intermission Report. All the scoring coming in that first period as the Otters, it was slow to begin Game 3 here at the Hershey Center. They came out with authority to begin the game. 27 seconds in, they wanted to slow down Mississauga and also quiet the crowd. They did that on the road. 27 seconds in as Warren Fogle sent on a breakaway from Dylan Strome and Darren Radish. As he beats Mancina, snaps home his 11th of the postseason, and the Otters lead 1-0. They add to it almost 3.5 minutes later as Dylan Strome at 4:08 able to finish off a 2-on-0 break with Alex DeBrincat, and the Otters lead 2-0. And then about midway through the 9:49, Michael McLeod, the 2-hand slash on Darren Radish right above the knee, in between where the shin guard padding ends and the pants end. He went down in the heap, left the game. McLeod given 5 in the game as the Otters lose Darren Radish for the rest of that first period. But with that ensuing 5-minute major power play, it's Mississauga taking over. The short-handed goal from Owen Tippett. Just the second short-handed goal allowed in this postseason by the Otters. And as Tippett gets his first of this series, 8th of the postseason, Mississauga cuts the lead in half. Head to the second period. The Otters out-shooting Mississauga 15-7 in that second frame. And came up with a couple timely saves. Matthew Mancina, he's been outstanding all this series, all postseason for the overage goaltender. Timpano, he was up to the task as well. A couple major saves, especially down in tight on Nathan Bash and Trent Fox. The Grinders trying to get down there and get in deep, but Timpano has been good as well for the Otters, and that's going to have to continue for Erie into this final period. And as you mentioned, Bill, off the air, 2 shortened power plays that they're going to have to start this third.
Yeah, and they've been good on the PKs all through the playoffs, and these short ones are going to have to be strike early if you're on the Mississauga side of the ledger, but killing a shorter penalty off is a little easier, considerably easier than a full 2 minutes. But you know that Mississauga will want to bring it on each one of these shorter power plays to Timpano. But Timpano, as you point out, he's ready when he's called upon. 1 shot, 7 shots, 17 shots. Doesn't matter. He answered the bell.
For the Otters, Dylan Strome picks up a penalty at the 20-minute mark of the second period. A slashing call after the fact when he got mixed up with Stefan LeBlanc. And if you listen to the interview with Chris Knobloch, one of the big points he brought up, he just rounded them off what needed to be better for the Otters in Game 4. One of them was discipline. And for Dylan Strome, as a fourth-year guy, a third overall pick of the Arizona Coyotes, you want to see more discipline out of your captain, especially after the game. You can be frustrated, but don't hurt your team that way.
Yeah, and you don't know what is going on down behind the net at that point of the hockey game. You perhaps think, well, the play's dead.
Yeah.
The period's over. I can get away with a little bit more. Apparently you can't. So he got dinged for the 2 minutes and puts his team in a little bit of a hole heading into period number 3.
The Otters have been missing Jordan Sambrook, who took a hard check the near side boards. He was staple gunned to the glass by Sean Boomhauer, and we haven't seen much of him since. That was early in the first period, and I don't think we saw him at all in the second. But we'll monitor his status as well. Third period's up next on Jet Radio 1400.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for Sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, well, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized Sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs!
You know, Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody. Programs, get your programs!
In the Mill Creek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall-off-the-bone ribs, made-from-scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494.
Arming you for the water cooler, the informed way to start your day. Erie Talk in the morning. Erie's news, talk, and sports station. Jet Radio 1400.
WJET Erie.
Welcome back here inside the Hershey Center. I'm Aaron Cooney, joined by Bill Granger, the color voice of the Gulf Storm on Rogers TV. We're back here with me in Mississauga for the game. It's always a pleasure to work with you, Bill, and the Otters. Same as Monday night, a lead going into the third period, but they've looked much better than they did in game number 3 and looking to protect this going into the final 20 minutes.
Exactly, and they played a sound defensive game, and both clubs really have too, save for those first 4 minutes and 9 seconds that Mississauga played in that opening frame. But, keeping the shot clock down, 24-14 favoring the Otters. But the next order of business for them is these 2 short power plays of the Steelheads, 27 seconds, and then a 30-second power play after that. So the Steelheads will want to bring it early in those power plays to draw even.
Bounce around at center still, fight the battle to get the puck freed, and now LeBlanc's going to bring it ahead to center, right through and looking from the near side. Gives off to Nick Hague with 15 seconds on the first power play. LeBlanc drifts across the line to the near side, down low for Watson at the bottom of the circle. Back up high, LeBlanc, 8 seconds to go. Hague lets a one-timer go, kicked away by Tim Pano. Hague gives back across. LeBlanc with time ticking down the Chernak minor. Let the shot go, and it's blocked by Sorelli. Given across, and it pops out to center ice. 4-on-4. Chernak stays on as a defenseman. As Hague sends it back, they'll go to the power play in 50 seconds. When out steps Billy Seriarvi. Forced into the near side, and Chernak on after it. Directed up the near side for Darren Radish. Reels it in and flips it out ahead. Was looking for Warren Fogle. This will go for icing unless Fogle can beat it out. They force Mancina to play it.
He touched that.
Oh, come on. Otters bench up an arm.
Well, this face-off's going to come back to center right. I'll bet you lunch.
They're going to discuss it. I don't know what's there left to discuss. Fogel's sitting down at the offensive zone saying, I want this one right here. But
well, it won't happen there. I think it'll happen at center.
Right?
When I was doing the lines, when I made a mistake on an icing, I've had the guy at center ice because the guy who made the mistake drops the puck. And I say, get him in quick. Drop the puck.
Wait,
well, they're
coming down to the offensive zone? Are you kidding me? It was clearly played by Mancina, feet in front of the line, and you don't see Chris Knobloch lose his cool very often, but I don't think he can believe what Adam Harris is explaining to him. This is outrageous. That's a terrible call.
Well, he gives the icing signal.
Chernak knows only a few words in English, and we cannot repeat them for what he just gave Adam Harris. Erie wins the draw, however, and they're in control of the biscuit. Sent back in front of their own net. I still cannot get over. That was, as DeBrincat turns around, that was as bad as they come. But you play through them. As the Otters, Fogle busting on into the zone, trying to bring it to the front. Jam one's at the goal, and Mancina the save. Chernak's going to hold in from the blue line. Time running out on the power for the penalty, is Fogle turning away from the man onto the corner, trying to get it out in front. Here's Radish, couldn't handle the pass. It skips off his stick, but he holds in. Erie will be shorthanded again here shortly in 3 seconds. Fogle, they get the directions from the bench. They got a man open again in front. It's DeBrincat on the back door. He scores! Bullseye! Alex DeBrincat shorthanded on the tap and goal. It's 3-1 Erie.
Well, early in the third, 1:33. They return the favor to the Steelheads with another shorty of their own to extend the lead at 2 and making it 3-1. Beautiful passing down low by the Otters. Nothing that Mancina can do in that quick release by DeBrincat that we've seen all year.
Alex DeBrincat leads all players in scoring here in the postseason, and that's his 13th. The Otters ahead by 2 with 25 seconds left to kill in this minor penalty as it's drilled down the ice by Chernak. But what a way to start again. A new frame. You thought Erie might have been some trouble when you're killing penalties. They respond again on the road. 3-1. Still going to kill what's left of this Dylan Strome minor penalty. 5 seconds remain. They drift over far side. Seriarvi lines up the shot. Oh, flat look out. Blocked in front. Thrown to the goal. And it's off the post. And may get a piece of it with Timpano. On the box is Dylan Strome. Sent on across as Fergus still shaking up after blocking that shot. Whipple just wide. Tippett has it now. Power play's over. They fire it towards the goal. Timpano able to block it, but it's out for LeBlanc. Quickly on Seriarvi. Fakes the shot. Lets it go. Bounces in front. And Strome puts it up the boards, but not out. Here you can tell they're gassed here. As Tippett comes near side. Fight it in front. Loose in the crease. And the Otters knock it on to the near side. Softly sent ahead for Sorelli. It'll get out to center, and you can make the changes you need. They were gassed. Rifle down the ice, and I believe you can call that one icing. Quickly on the whistle, and the draw coming in to the Mississauga zone. But it was a bit of a scramble in front of Troy Timpano, but the helter-skelter play, but they move it on.
Well, kill off a penalty. When you're under pressure, you get everybody back to help out your goaltender, and your goaltender helps you out, and you come away with defending and killing off the penalty. The face-off now down to our right in Mississauga's end zone.
Bastion's waved out. Garrett Podubny will take the draw for Erie. Garrett Podubny has had quite a game here today. He's been throwing the body around, and he's been hard on pucks. You gotta like what you're getting out of the Otters' first-round CHL import pick, but it's brought in by Bastion. Throw it towards the front, looking for another bank-in goal, but Campano paddles it away. It's Kyle Maximovich ahead, looking for Taylor Radish, but it's intercepted on the play by Tippett, who weaves his way into the circle. He's stick lifted by Garrett Podubny. Forced out for Haig at the blue line. Thrown into the corner, Harrogate. Hipped by Owen Hedrick. They try to get on to Tippett. Bounce it back towards the corner. Darren Radish snipes away from Ryan McLeod. And on ahead, Maximovich touches it, but Haig, that big frame at 6'5", keeps it alive. Darren Radish back on the near side, looking for Owen Hedrick. Looking for a pass now is 47 in white and sends it out ahead. That goes off the stick of Moverari. And no ice. Onto the near side corner. Turning his Fox. Trying to get it out towards middle of the ice. Look out, it comes on Campano's going to play it right in front of Dylan Strom and Erie. Trying to break out ahead. Here's Warren Fogle. Backhand on the puck, but it's settled by Moverari. In their own zone, Nick Haig from the right side. There's 4 minutes off the clock here in the third. The Otters, an extra insurance marker from Alex DeBrincat to make it 3-1. And LeBlanc carries out near side. He'll float it in, flowed by Campano. Left for Josh Wayman to bring it on to the near side corner. He's in some trouble. Roughed up by Titus. Boomhauer throw one right to the goal mouth, and it trickles wide. Caskinet there for Sari Harvey. Nearly intercepted, but the Otters do poke it away. And DeBrincat on from center. Coming to the goal. DeBrincat. Stop made. Throws it back in front. And the Otters knock it loose. Strome's in front of the goal. Throw it back to the pass. DeBrincat. He was hauled down. Erie centers. Picked off. As ahead for Boomhauer. Right side. Matthew Titus. Sent to the wall by Owen Hedrick. They both tumble. And the puck is loose into the Otters' corner. Bouncing around. Played by a glove. That was of the Otters, but they're allowed to play it because it's the defensive zone. Off the skate of Fellows to neutralize. And here comes Fellows. Poke check by LeBlanc, who stands him up. But Fellows ties up Boomhauer. Forces LeBlanc now back towards his own end. Tie up with the linesman who's over near that area. And right in front of the Mississauga bench is Wladny trying to dig that one loose. It's Watson taking it from him. Trying to duck around Owen Hedrick. But he's forced on towards the corner. Poked by the Otters, Darren Radish. Lost his twig in the play. Sent on to the near side, Bastion reaching for it. As is Owen Hedrick, who gets tied up, but Hedrick wins that battle, fires it off the body of Wladny. The Otters going to bank it out to center, and they will. On a 9-iron play by Pettit. Erie by 2. Game number 4. 14:30 to play. Tippett sends it cross corner to the Otters zone. Darren Radish there, steps into by Bastion, but he twirls away from the check. Now the Otters looking to pass ahead. Just lost it out towards center ice, and it's reeled in by Osmanski. And now Gibson, as he's chased down by the Otters' Maximovich. Good play in the reach from Anthony Sorelli on the near steal. Now trying to move it ahead. Sorelli over skates, finds Maximovich. Backdoor for Taylor Radish, but he couldn't get a good shot away on the rolling puck. Sorelli sends to Wayman. Just slaps it back around the horn. From the near side, Tippett's got some room, and in his own end, winds it ahead. That goes off the stick of Harrogate, who couldn't handle the hot pass. Erie back to their own end. Wayman, who's playing a lot here. Erie, they lose Jordan Sandbrook after that first period hit in the collision with Shaw Boomhauer. We haven't seen him since. As Wayman, in his third postseason game in his career, he played in a couple. As the Otters look out, Steele Wayman just off as Sorelli tried to give in front, and that pass intercepted, and Trent Fox trying to stick him out the center, off the skates of DeBrincat, and he sends it for Wayman again, holding in his own line. Here's Chernak, out for DeBrincat. Pass on to Taylor Radish, has the drop, but he gives off left side. Sorelli trying to get back in front and off the skate, and it picked off to the corner after the move by Mancina. Here's Trent Fox. Crossed on is Strom, tried to pick the pocket of Boomhauer, who made the move though. Boomhauer trying to pass to the front, off the stick of DeBrincat. And it's loose to the near corner. One hand on the stick for the Otters, Fergus, and he gets it ahead for Alex DeBrincat. 7 minutes off the clock in the third. And that's Alex DeBrincat into the offensive zone. Drop pass, Hedrick, slapper, off the mask of Mancina. Otters keeping the offensive zone. On for DeBrincat. Man open in front. Here comes Fogle. Going 5-hole. They crash it into the goal. Looking for a dime, but he finds the corner. Boomhauer knocks the goal. And the puck in. And Erie takes a 4-1 lead.
7:13 the time of this goal. A 4-1 lead now by the Otters, and a misplay by the Steelheads. Boomhauer rides the puck into his own net along with his goaltender, and they all count. Nice little tip pass there by DeBrincat, and no mistake on the other end as Fogle celebrates on the bench, and it's 4-1 Otters.
A 2-goal night for Warren Fogle, and a primary assist to Sean Boomhauer, and the Otters ahead by 3. And they move it out to center ice as Patrick Fellows has it taken away by Terry Harvey. Darren Radish, Ray reset. Lifted up off the back of Ivan Ladia. Pettit sends it drifting back as Darren Radish lifted ahead. Moverari settles it down. After Terry Harvey was Pettit. Now Ladia chases after Moverari after the force behind the goal. Played near side for Cascadet. He's got some room to skate. The former Kitchener Ranger down left wing side. Drop pass on for McFarland as he comes in. Rister sails just wide. Banks up the wall as Terry Harvey crunched by Maximovich. Wayman leaves it to the corner, but it's picked up by Cascadet. Stick lift by Wayman and Maximovich. Looking to move it on ahead for Sorelli, and he's got men with him. Wayman heading right down Main Street as Sorelli slows it down and finds Wayman, but it just shuffles over his stick, and Moverari moves it on for Titus. Can't get around Sorelli. Erie keeps it in offensively. Here's Taylor Radish now. Comes back up high and pokes it loose, but got it right back from Tippett and Neutralize, who nearly was off the races 1-on-2. Taylor Radish pokes it. It's Cascadet at his own line, and Tippett will sleep it in on the backhand. DJ Fergus on back. Gathers it. Skates ahead as Watson is on his trail. But 25 in white, some room to skate. Shuffles it on towards his left, and Maximovich makes sure it gets in deep. Changes upcoming for Erie with 11:23 to go, and Warren Fogle, second of the night, makes it 4-1 Otters. Here's Fogle. Poke check on Watson. Turn around and Strome follows up. Nudged ahead for Alex DeBrincat into the zone. Steps around to check. Swirls around. DeBrincat able to hand off to Fogle. Backs up. Sets up DeBrincat. As all the rest, 3 men around him, and still somehow moves it out to the blue line. Hedrick open his Chernak. Winds up. Slap shot. Save made. Rebound. Strome takes it behind the goal. Now DeBrincat pitched out towards the front. Fogle couldn't get the stick on it. And off goes Tippett. He overskates the puck, and the Otters have it. Bastion takes the offside whistle. 10:49 to go. My goodness, Alex DeBrincat with the elusiveness in the offensive zone and keeps the Otters' creativity going in the offensive side.
Well, Fogle having a great night. The shorthanded goal by DeBrincat, making it 3-1 at 1:33. Darren Radish and Fogle assisted on that one. Then Fogle comes back to make it 4-1 from DeBrincat and Hedrick at 7:13.
Ladia blocks the play, but Osmanski got it back. And for Alex DeBrincat, that's another multi-point game here in the postseason. 14 of them out of 21 games, DeBrincat has had multi-points. As Fox dragging towards the front and throws it just wide. Nobody home on the backdoor play. Held by Gibson. Winds up. Stand on the shot. Ladia will find it on the near side board. Softly sends it out to center, knowing that his team wants to make some changes if they can, as Pettit steps into Ryan McLeod, and Christian Gurney will take it from center. Gurney snapped one from long range. Mancina holds on with 10 to play in game number 4.
Well, this is winding down quickly, this hockey game. Halfway through this period, save 10 seconds in this third period. And the Otters emerging with 2 goals in this third frame after fending off 2 short power plays by the Steelheads to begin the third period. So they play a sound defensive game and get a good offense in the third to lead by 3.
Midway through this third period, Terry Harvey flips it off the skates of Josh Wayman. He will see some minutes here towards the end as he's run to the boards by Matthew Titus. Cascadet picks it up, looking to the blue line. Moverari holds, snaps one, stops Timpano as Wayman knocked down to the near side corner, poked ahead by the Otters, and the Otters looking to move to Maximovich. It snapped on, kept alive by Timpano. Runs in his own defender. That was Eric Chernak, but Sorelli lifted it out to center, and it's a 2-on-1 with Radish. Sorelli looking in front for Radish, and the pass just a skosh ahead. Erie keeps it alive in the offensive zone, though. Blue line, Darren Radish holding, backs up at the right circle, flip one towards the goal. That bounced off some bodies and on wide, and Sarajevich forced out of the net, behind his goal, I should say, by Maximovich. He gets the center red, throw it towards the net, stopped by Timpano. He will play it. It's Fogle now, charging down the right wing side. He's got two already, goes between his legs, tucks around the man, brings it to the front, trying to crash it home. Nearly completed that play. Great individual effort, but look out, here's Tippett now. In on goal, fires, and he scores. Tippett on another break, and it's 4-2 with 8:54 to go.
Owen Tippett makes it 4-2, and we should say it's Erie 4, Owen Tippett 2 as he registers his second goal of the hockey game to bring his team within a pair.
Owen Tippett, who had 44 in the regular season in his draft year, second to Alex DeBrink at 65. But again, it's Mancina down on the other end, and another beautiful save on Oren Fogle. You talk about it all the time in hockey games. Great save on the other end, leads the offense the other side.
Happens a lot.
Under 9 to go. And don't change that dial just yet. Erie leads by 2, but they're going to look for more. Here's Fox. Trying to pass in front. Slow by Timpano. He'll hold on. And there's the whistle with 8:34 to play in a 4-2 hockey game.
Wise by Timpano to hold on to that. 3 blue jerseys surrounded the blue ice, looking for a loose biscuit, none to be had. So he hung on for the stoppage. Now 8:34 left, and toughest lead in hockey to defend. That 2-goal margin, 4-2 for the Otters. 33-21 the shots on goal thus far.
At 9-7 in this frame. And as Otters fans, remember, keep your clothes in top shape with Shiloh's Dry Cleaners. Complete with an easy, accessible drive-through and free pickup and drop-off. Shiloh's Cleaners is second to none. That's Shiloh's Dry Cleaners, the official dry cleaning service provider of the Erie Otters.
Yep. I guess with this 8:34, it's time for everybody to buckle up. Could be an exciting remainder of this period. 8:34, won by the Steelhawks. Steelheads will put this on tender hook, this lead. But the Otters will want to restore that 3-goal margin and bring out the guns and get that one back. And I've always said, how do you respond to a goal being scored? Are you going to be scored upon? How do you respond if you're the team scoring? You're going to press for more. And with the face-off to the left of Timpano, the Steelheads will press for more from the face-off.
Strome, Fogle, DeBrink in his unit with Chernak and Hedrick back. Bastion on the draw. As Dylan Strome went defensively, picked up by Fogle. And Erie flip it out ahead to center, bounced around, and Nicholas Haig sends it back towards the Otters end. Gathered by Hedrick. Banked up near side for Dylan Strome. Fogle's got a step though. Sends it on in down the right wing side, trying to get to it. Bastion sweep it around the goal for Watson on the backhand. He flips it up off the body of Strome, who keeps it alive offensively, finds DeBrincat. That's one go is off a stick of Haig and wide. Strome will get to that puck. Just chips it in down deep. Bastion finds it out of the corner and moves it to his defensive partner. That's LeBlanc. And on to the right side of the Otters zone, and Watson on in, forced down low. Off the stick of Timpano is Tippett. Gloves one down, and it comes loose. That should be a hand pass, but the Otters will play it. And now LeBlanc keeps it alive. Has some room down the near side, lets one slide. Pinballed around off his stick, settles in the corner. Tippett lets it fly, and that's off the mark. LeBlanc holding in. Gives down low for Watson. Evades him. Now it's Tippett. Feed back for Watson. Watched by Dylan Strome. Watson coming near side. Fires one right to the glove of Timpano. I don't think he ever saw it, but it was, hey, look what I found. And he holds on.
Maybe put yourself in position to have the puck hit you, and that's what Timpano did. Traffic passing in front of him as the shot came from about the bottom of the face-off circle to his right. so alertly he was able to snag that puck and force the stoppage, but a difficult one it was through that traffic.
Pirelli's unit on now as they win it on from Overari. Poke check by Fergus, but Overari gets it back behind the goal. Tries to wrap around, throws into some traffic, and the Otters, that was TJ Fergus who just picks it up and flies it down the ice. And icing called on Erie as Erie Otters beats out Taylor Radish 7:19 to go.
Yeah, Fergus quick to pounce on that puck. Nothing cute or fancy about it. Under pressure, just lifted out. Called back for icing, but that's all right. You relieve the pressure. You start with a 50-50 chance to gain possession.
Pirelli able to nudge the puck on. Taylor Radish banks it ahead as Overari tied up, and Taylor Radish trying to get out to center ice. He will, and has Maximich in tow, but it's poke checked nicely by Siri Arby, and back to it as Mississauga sends it towards the Otters bench. Poked by Darren Radish as he beats Al Harrogate. Send it back from Overari and work from the blue line up. Trent Fox at center. Hands it off to Sorelli instead as Sorelli finds Darren Radish and on for Maximovic. He'll bring it into the zone, swirls away, and now leaves it down deep for Taylor Radish to the near side corner. Sorelli in after to help out, and 6:45 to play here in the third. And the scrum and twos on the near side. Waiting and digging around, 3 apiece. Overari stepped into one more time by Maximovic. Here's Sorelli. Gives out to Darren Radish on that play, but the Otters send it right back to Sorelli on the near side. Here's Sorelli. Still holding from the near side. Fergus later shuffles away, but he's poke checked by Fox, and here's going to track it back to their own end. And I believe we have battling Let's Go Otters up to a Steelheads chance here at the Hershey Center. Otters fans, they have been waiting for this for a long time. As Erie sends it back in deep, Wladnia on for Fellow. Turns out of the far circle, lays it for Wladnia in the corner in the under 6 to play. Wladnia, the blue line, Hedrick lines, half slapper, scooped up with the rebound, loose in front as Fellow fires. It just kicked out by Mancina, and the Steelheads look to take off. Pettit hustling back against the block. Got a poke check on it, but Watson leaves it near side for Tippett. Reached by Chernak, but Watson tied up by Hedrick behind the goal. Puck loose, and Owen Hedrick got a step, a bit of it. He comes out near side, whacking away with Bastion, and still going at it on the near side boards. Hedrick gets it ahead, but Watson poked away by Kyle Pettit. He flies it ahead to center ice, and it's Wladnia with Fellows on a 2-on-1. Wladnia winds up, fires, and it's stopped by Mancina. That one caught him on the mask. He is shaken up a bit. They keep the mask on. You can see him want to take it off to get a whistle, but Watson the other way. Steps into the Otters defense. It's loose for Haig. Drags around a man, waits and fires. Loose to the near side, just wide. And LeBlanc picks it up out of the Otters corner. All hands on deck for Mississauga in the offensive zone. Gasconet now fires, saves, and Fanoni holds on. The Otters didn't like the whack coming on their goaltender from Watson as Boomhauer thrown out towards the right to Vogel. A big save on the other end from Mancina with the mask, and he stayed in the play and allowed his team to gain an offensive zone chance.
Now look, it's going to be offsetting minor penalties here by the indication by the referee. Cernak for the Otters seems to be the guilty party. And over on the other side.
Oh, come on. He just threw another right. Nobody was watching. He definitely got away with one of Boomhauer.
Boomhauer, yeah, is the other guy. Now, what's going to be interesting here is where the face-off is going to result. One of the defenders for the Steelheads was back beyond the top of the circle. I don't know whether the other one went in or he was already there.
And you see the move, Darren Radish, a veteran move. This was coming the other side.
That's going to be 4 minutes for them, I would think.
I think you're onto something. The Otters sending out a power play unit. 5:02 left here in the third. But you got to be careful because Owen Tippett's already got one shorthanded goal. He's got a couple flying down that right wing side, the left-handed shot, and he beats Campano twice. But a 4-2 game and 5:02 to go in Game 4 Strome wins the draw. Sorelli sets it up. Darren Radish, now Sorelli down low for Strome. Backs up in front. Taylor Radish tied up, kicked it towards the net as the Otters dig it loose. Here's Sorelli waiting and waiting. Hands off Darren Radish, a drive, and it sails high on the blocker side, and it slips down ice to the Otters zone.
Double minor to Boomhauer for roughing, slashing Kacernak.
Erie to the man advantage, and Strome carries left wing side, trying to pass ahead. It's off a blade, and Moverari up the glass and on down, and Timpano settles it down behind his goal. The final 4.5. Spins it on for Darren Radish on the near side. As the Otters find Taylor Radish, touch for Strome, looking for DeBrincat left wing side, gets in. Waits and flops up, looking for Taylor Radish as it comes to Dylan Strome instead. Flips it up for Darren at the blue line. Down for Strome one more time. He's tied up by LeBlanc. Given to the corner. Sorelli is there for Erie. On for Strome. Waits and protects. Trying to flip it towards the front, and it's grabbed by the goaltender, but Erie takes it away. Here's Sorelli loose in the circle. Gives back to DeBrincat in the corner. On for Taylor Radish. Stick handling. Gets some traffic. Snaps it. Somehow got a shot away, but it goes wide. Here's Sorelli. Bouncing in the circle. LeBlanc finds it. Lifts up the glass. Two Otters on the near side. They can't keep it in. And Darren Radish has got a hustle. I don't think Strome and Darren Radish knew they were both covering that point. 35 seconds on the power play. DeBrincat comes back in. Whirls away from traffic. Waits and holds from the corner now. As he comes up the wall, Watson takes it off. And he'll skate down the near side. Watson, poke check by Hedrick, tied up as Lodney comes away. And somehow they got the puck right back, but it's dropped off. Erie blocks that one. And snap it ahead for Ivan Lodnia. 15 seconds on the power play. Drop pass, intercepted. Flipped ahead, and Trent Fox knocks it down. Grabs it with the stick and trying to set it on for Watson, who gets in shorthanded. Coming away, but Fergus stands him up. And the final 3 seconds of the kill, Max Simvich just rifles it in. Snaps all the way around the horn, and Lodnia along the near side. Put it in towards the circle. Intercepted. They move it on to Bastian out at center. The final 3 minutes here in Game 4. Bastian, poke check by two Otters. They tie up in the corner. Fox reaching in for Mississauga. Bastian still tied up, and the whistle sounds with a face-off coming to the left of Troy Timpano.
2:41 left. A 2-goal margin held by the Otters. You expect any time after the 2-minute mark remaining, they're going to look for Mancina to be drawn out in favor of a sixth attacker, with the Steelheads being down by a pair.
Eric Chernak is let loose, so he can at least return, and he steps right onto the ice. And we'll go. The Otters, TJ Fergus, lifts it out ahead. It'll get to center, touched by Gurney, and on down ice. And out for the final 2.5. Lost it out to center. Tipped on. Nice play by Bastian. Picked up by Harrogate. Right wing side. Snaps it through the goal mouth. No one there. As the goaltender off, and Fogle just chips it out towards center. LeBlanc's going to pick it up behind his own net as he fields it. Holds on. Watched by Fellows. Chases him out the far side. And LeBlanc had a hard time handling the puck, but he's got it now. They bring it ahead towards center ice logo. Cascanet. Tipped on the near side. Fogle chops it up the wall, but not out. LeBlanc holds in. Fires on through traffic here. Bounced around off the body of Cascanet, and DeBrincat just softly sends it towards center. LeBlanc fields it. And now Haig out of the far side circle. DeBrincat coming after him. Ties him up. Frees the puck up. And Haig just smartly just sends it into the corner before three Otters can get to that puck. Looks for the short-handed try. Or rather, empty net try, I should say. Here's Tippett, wheeling through, drags to the front, and it's poked away by the Otters' Darren Radish, and Strome sends it back for Darren. Looks to the open goal, blocked in front by Seriarvi. 90 seconds to go in a 4-2 game. Game 4 from Mississauga, and it's Seriarvi slapping into the zone. And it's Timpano got a piece of it, nudged up by Fergus to Brinkett, launch it down ice, and this will go for an icing call against the Otters with a minute 12, and we know Chris Knobloch has his timeout still, should he choose to use it.
Saw some smart plays by the Otters in clearing the zone. Not enough for an icing on the previous attempt, just getting it down, lobbing it over to the far side to open ice and hoping to find a man. And they do that, but they eat up the clock, 1:12 left. The goalie came out, Mancina came out with 2:20 remaining in the third period, so at the minute 8 they knocked off on that 6-on-5 skaters.
They picked up a 6-on-5 goal at the end of game number 2 at the Erie Insurance Arena, with Shaw Boomhauer getting one late in the final 30 seconds. They'll need a pair once again with the goaltender off to tie it up. 4-2 in the waning minutes of game number 4. It's either going to be Erie coming home with a 3-1 series lead, or Mississauga, they'll need some heroics to at least get this to overtime and a chance to tie the series.
Yeah, Game 5 in Erie on Friday. Game 6 if needed back here in Mississauga. But the Otters and their fans hoping that will not be needed.
72 of the clock remains. And the Otters have their top 3 centermen out there. At least face offense: Strom, Vogel, Sorelli, Chernak, Darren Radish against 6 attackers for Mississauga. Bastion, but Otter Strom won it back and lifts it up off the glass. It'll bounce. And be settled by Sterearvi from his own line. Skates left wing side, rifles it back in. Timpano can slow it. Rings around the dasher, and nobody could touch it for the Otters. Loaded back to the near side by Spencer Watson. And given back in deep, bouncing around. And off the side of the net, Chernak loosens it up. Vogel now heads back towards the corner and just waits to bank it behind the goal in the final minute. Darren Radish waiting. And he'll launch this one out to high to center ice, but it's picked up. Sorelli just nudges it ahead. Sterearvi now gives the center red. Chernak stands up Owen Tippett, but Tippett pokes it to the near side corner, directed there by Eric Chernak. Watson gets to the corner first. Tie up with Strom and Brian McLeod. Back behind the net, Tippett trying to bring it out towards the front. Throws it out in front of the goal to intercepted Sorelli. Now for Vogel with an empty net. Vogel with a hat trick. Moving in, he scores! Warren Vogel. Give them all 3 of those. 5-2 Erie.
Well, Warren Vogel comes through with a big night tonight, capping it off with the empty net goal with his hat trick and making it a 5-2 hockey game, sending it back to Erie, leading 3-1 in the OHL Championship Series. A chance to put it away at home on Friday.
Warren Vogel held pointless in game number 3 here at the Hershey Center. They kept him at bay. A little shift of the lines by the Otters' Chris Knobloch. And boy, what a game for Warren Vogel. Between the hat trick, but chasing pucks down, penalty killing, as Erie had to face 4 different power play opportunities for the Steelheads.
Well, defensively during that, with the goaltender out, the Otters kept the battles along the boards. Mississauga couldn't get the puck at all to set up for any good chances at all on net.
There's Ivan Ladnia taking the puck towards the corner. He's shoved by Cascanet, but Erie's back after it in the final 5 seconds. Titus turns around. They shield the puck, and Erie's got a chance to dance with Mr. Robertson on a Friday night in Erie. 5-2 final. And a 3-1 series lead for the Erie Otters in the OHL Championship Series.
Well, the shots on goal favored the Otters as well, 37-24 over the course of 60 minutes of play. That's exactly what they had to do. One of their keys to victory tonight was to limit the shots on goal for the Steelheads, and they did exactly that. They stepped up their offense, got 5 goals to earn the victory and send it back to Erie, leading 3-1.
We will take a break and come right back with the Duskus Martin Funeral Home postgame show after this here on Jet Radio 1400.
Dr. Jones is right over there.
Early in the afternoon, Barbara checks in at a doctor's office. But if you look out the window, it's miles from the closest medical facility, because Barbara is in Highmark's Healthcare Mobile Clinic, a doctor's office on wheels that brings care directly to remote communities and members in need. By reaching out to Highmark members in need and inviting them to our mobile clinic, we're making access to care a little easier, living proof of the difference you can make when you're all for health. Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Visit HighmarkLivingProof.com.
What's 10,000 square feet with 100 plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and one round of glow golf, all in one great space? If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade. Playport is more than just an arcade. Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages, and now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time. Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the Big White Building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
Hey, Otters fans, Bertrand here from Cloud 9 Wine Bar. Do you know where you can get a great Sunday brunch? Cloud 9 Wine Bar is now offering Sunday brunch from 11 a.m. till 2 every Sunday. Our brunch features over 20 items, an omelette, a carving, and a crepe station. Stop in and see me at Cloud 9 Wine Bar on the corner of 10th and French in Erie, PA.
Keep up on all things Erie Otters by following us on social media. Follow the Otters on Twitter and Instagram at Erie Otters, and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Erie Otters Hockey. You'll get up-to-the-minute news on all things happening with your Erie Otters, so check us out on social media today.
One more time, we'll welcome you back into the Hershey Center, closing out Game 4 of this OHL Championship Series in the Erie Otters. Well, you've got 3 chances to close out the Mississauga Steelheads if you need it. First one coming Friday night at the Erie Insurance Arena in Game 5 as the Otters down the Steelheads 5-2 here in Game 5. Welcome you back in. Duskus Martin, Funeral Home Postgame Show. Duskus Martin working tirelessly to give your loved ones dignity, and into the Arctic Spas recap. And it was all Warren Fogle all night. We got a heaping dose of them from the Hershey Center as he opened the scoring 27 seconds into the game with his 11th of the postseason from Strome and Darren Radish. Then at 4:08, Fogle helping set up Alex DeBrincat and Dylan Strome on a 2-on-0. The feed across, no mistake from Dylan Strome as he snaps it home, picking up his 14th of the postseason, and the Otters ahead by 2. And at 9:49, this was one of the turning points of this game. As Michael McLeod comes across and puts a whack onto the knee of Darren Radish, a 2-hand splash that he broke his stick on. As Darren Radish would leave the game, not return in that first period. Michael McLeod, well, he wasn't returning either. He's given 5 and the game. But the Steelheads, they were able to respond shorthanded after losing their captain as Owen Tippett gets around the Otters defense and just comes charging down the right wing side. And the sniper rifles home his 8th of the postseason, first of the series to make it 2-1 after 20. They were scoreless through 40 minutes, or in that second period. The Otters maintained the 1-goal lead, and they outshot Mississauga 15-7 during the inning. Some timely saves by both goaltenders to keep it a 1-goal game. That led to the opening 2 minutes of the third, and the Otters had to kill off 27 seconds of a Chernak minor penalty. That led to 4-on-4 after the 4-on-3 power play. And as time expired on the 4-on-4 period, Erie shorthanded. They find Alex DeBrincat for the tap-in goal. Darren Radish sets them up. The Otters extend the lead 3-1. And they weren't done yet because Warren Fogle continues this postseason tear. 7-13, he's got a second of the night from DeBrincat and Hedrick as Shaw Boomhauer comes crashing into the goaltender and takes the puck into the net with him. And the Erie Otters lead 4-1. But Mississauga, they got a response, and again, it's Owen Tippett to make things interesting. And the final 8 and some change as he picks up his second of the night, make it 4-2, but the Otters, they stay with the system. Outshoot Mississauga 37-24 on the night. and Fogle finds the empty net goal for the hat trick. A 5-point night for Warren Fogle. 3 goals, 2 assists. Oh boy, Warren Fogle, there wasn't a whole lot of chatter for him at the deadline around him, but he has been quite the pickup for Erie, and he's a big part of this one. Erie has a 3-1 championship series lead.
He sure has been a big part of this team, fit in so well and contributed so well throughout his time in Otters uniform. You know, coming into tonight's hockey game, the Otters had scored 8 goals, and they were distributed among 4 players. On the other side, the Steelheads had scored 7 goals, distributed among 6 goal scorers. They add Tippett to that total to make it 7 goal scorers, and the same 4 guys have contributed to the goals for the Otters tonight, the 4 that they scored. So you like depth, or you like the regular usual suspects? I'll take the latter.
They've done it all season, and have really stepped up here between Bill and Strome, the captain. They get Warren Fogle, kind of change the lines up a little bit as Fogle replaces Taylor Radish. And the Otters, they get a chance to close out the Mississauga Steelheads on home ice, winning the OHL and a ticket to the Memorial Cup. You got to look at our Iron Worker local union number 3 Ironman of the game with tonight's 3-star. 3rd star, Nathan Bastian. 2nd star, Owen Tippett with 2 goals, and the number 1 star, Warren Fogle, the 5-point night. There's no denying him after his performance, and you can tell right out of the hop, 27 seconds in, the Otters, they were on a mission, and mission accomplished here tonight in Game 4.
Well, I think that was the key. One of the keys that we pointed out in the pregame. Put the Steelheads back on their defensive heels right from the get-go. They did that with those 2 quick goals inside 4:09 of the first period. They got them thinking that way. They thought they had could put them away early in the period with that 5-minute majors, but a slip up there allowed Tippett to get that short-handed goal. But the Otters came back with one of their own in the third, and that contributed to an outburst in the third to win it going away.
No power play goal for either team, but they do trade shorties, as Bill mentioned. But for the Otters, it's 15 years to the day that they won the OHL title on home ice in Game 5 against the Barrie Colts, May 10th, 2002. It's a good day for the Otters 15 years later, as now they got a chance to win their 2nd title after winning tonight, and an opportunity to close out the Steelheads on home ice in Game 5 Friday night at the Erie Insurance Arena. I'm going to wrap things up here from atop the Hershey Center. Bill Granger joining on the broadcast. Again, thanks for coming on. Thanks for making the trip, and another good one to call for us.
It sure was great fun, and wish you well on Friday night, and the Otters, of course, and hope the fans leave the rink on Friday night with a whole lot to cheer about. It's been a pleasure working with you.
Thanks again to Bill, and for John Kleiner back in studio. We'll have that game for you on Jet Radio. The Otters a chance to close out the Steelheads and take their 2nd Ontario Hockey League title. That'll be Friday night from the Erie Insurance Arena. Same Otter time, same Otter channel. I'm Aaron Cooney saying so long as the Otters take Game 4 in a 3-1 series lead. 5-2 tonight's final. And it's on to the Erie Insurance Arena for Game 5 Friday night. We'll talk to you then. You've been listening to the Erie Otters on Jet Radio 1400.
Thanks, Aaron. 9:32, Jet Radio 1400, John Kleiner, the Boston Store. Aaron Cooney up there at the Hershey Center in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Steelheads and Erie Otters just now, Game 4 of the OHL Championship. The Rogers Cable Ross Robertson Trophy Cup Series. Erie now 3-1 in this particular series as of tonight. It's the 15th anniversary of the 2002 Robertson win by the Otters. You recall that Friday night, right here on Jet Radio 1400, Mark Generette with the call. Sean Courtney betting in that winning goal. In downtown area, particularly State Street, as well as Front Street, I'm sure loud and proud of the car horns. Leave the Toyo Arena. It's now the Erie Insurance Arena. The only thing better about tonight would have been had we gone 4-0 tonight. But we are ahead, and we're in control, and we're going to keep it. Get that thing a couple nights from now and prepare for the Memorial Cup. Take 16 wins that raised Robertson. We got 15. Meantime, this night, Dave Ramsey, for a little bit anyhow. Pirates and Dodgers, Game 3 of that series, out in L.A. 10:10 is first pitch, 9:45 is airtime. Right now is jet weather for meteorologist Tom Atkins and Jet Tour for Weather Authority. For your overnight, partly cloudy in the evening, mostly cloudy with a chance of late night showers. Into tomorrow, low 42 to 47 Erie, 35 to 41 inland and mountains. East winds 5 to 15 coming southeast. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, scattered showers at 57 to 63, wind southeast to east 5 to 15 miles per hour. Tomorrow night, cloudy showers at times, low 43 to 47, east winds 5 to 15. And for a Friday, chance of a few showers, high of 60. Right outside the historic Boston store of downtown Erie, 52 degrees. We'll do it for yours truly, John Clare, on this end of things. Thanks for your patronage, your patience, your fan. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other. God bless more of the good stats be yours. It's been Erie Otters Hockey here on Fox Sports Radio. Make that to Jet Radio 1400, Erie's news, talk, and sports station. Worldwide, a little bit, ottershockey.com.
Change your family's future. Make this the month you take control of your money. Get on a plan with Financial Peace University. Go to DaveRamsey.com/FPU. That's DaveRamsey.com/FPU.
Thank you for joining us, America. We're glad you are here. Tiffany is with us in Charlotte, North Carolina. Hi, Tiffany. How are you?
Hello. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure. What's up?
My husband and I just finished FPU, and we purchased our first will through U.S. legal forms. We're trying to figure out if we need a trust for our 15-year-old daughter in case something happens to both of us at the same time. We'd like to leave our life insurance for her, but under my dad's supervision until she turns 25. Is a will something that we need? And if it is, how do we set it up in our will? Is a trust something we need, and how do we set it up?
Yeah, it'd be a separate document that activates only upon the death of both of you. And then you just state how you want the money to be handled, who the trustee is, who's going to be in charge of the money, and and what you want done with the money. And you can get very detailed if you'd like. Like, for instance, when our children were minors, we had in there that, the income off of the money left into the trust was to be used, of course, so much a month to take care of them so that they weren't a financial burden on their caregiver if something happened to both of us. And then also upon 16, a little bit of money could be allocated to a car, and upon college age, some of the money could be used for college. If there was a major medical event, it could be used for that. And then the rest of it would be there when they graduate from college, and you could either release all of it at that time or at different ages as they get older. So much at 22, another set at 25, another set at 30, or whatever, depending on how much money's involved and that kind of thing. If you're sitting on
U.S. legal forms, and I tell them what I'm doing, and then they'll send me the form that I need.
They should be able to. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany. Open phones this hour. Always see an attorney if you've got detailed questions. I'm not one. U.S. legal forms isn't one. But if you're putting together a basic will, U.S. legal forms is a really, really good way to do it. And that's why we've endorsed them for all these years. Another thing to remember about your will is, the first thing you remember about your will is everybody needs one. We've done detailed research, and the human race has a 100% mortality rate. You're going to die. You need a will. I'm talking to you. You need to get your dadgum will done. Some of you need to update your will because you're living in a different state. And your will is not governed by federal law, it's governed by state law. When you change residences, you need a will that meets the guidelines of that state. And states are very different. For instance, Louisiana, a lot of the law there is French-based law, where English-based law is the rest of the U.S. until you get to California, and God only knows what you call that. And then, of course, you go to Florida, where, retirement land, and there's a whole other set of laws. So you need to be sure that your will is set up for the state that you are a resident of. Otherwise, it's simply not going to be valid. Or it may not be valid. It may not hold because it might not have the right number of signatures or notaries or whatever, that kind of a thing. So state-specific will, and that's one of the reasons we endorse U.S. legal forms, is you fill out your state and they send you a will that matches the guidelines for your state, and a basic will. So if you just go to like Staples or Office Depot and buy a will kit, it's probably not going to work. They've got them in there, but they're not state-specific. They're just generic, and you may or may not meet your state's guidelines for what is considered a valid will. It may be able to be challenged and put down and so forth. So you want to be state-specific. You want to do the will. And then the other part, or my parts that I add to it, after having worked with so many families that are mad at each other over all these years, when you get your will done, just go ahead and tell everybody what it says. Your life is not a movie script. You don't, when you die, they're not going to have the trophy wife and the dysfunctional stepson standing there in the panel, in the walnut panel-lined lawyer's office reading off some bizarre thing about a will. That's not your life. That's a movie. In real life, people get mad at each other about stuff like this, and they hold a grudge against their sister for 20 years when all the sister was doing was being the executor and doing what the will said. Because the people that wrote the will didn't tell little Johnny he was getting cut out of the will because he was doing heroin. Go ahead and tell little Johnny, heroin, dude, no money. You're not in the will. Not because we don't love you or not because we're trying to punish you. We're just not going to finance your habit from the grave. No money, heroin boy. So when you get dry and stay dry for several years, then we will consider leaving you money. No money, Johnny. Go ahead and tell him while you're alive. It might help him out, actually. Because he might be under the illusion that he's going to get free drug money upon your death, which could hasten your death in some cases. So, seriously, do a reading of the will, or effectively a reading of the will, to the people that are involved while you're alive. Now, if they're not involved, you don't have to have a big discussion with them. But if there's a direct child, a spouse, those kinds of things, you need to walk through. Family, immediate, extended family. If you're leaving someone money, they need to know it. If you're asking someone to be an executor, obviously, you need to have had the talk with them. Do they want to take on that responsibility? And when you're the executor, you got to keep in mind you shouldn't take on the right to be an or the responsibility of being an executor unless you've seen the will, because you're going to be executing what it says. And if you disagree with it, like if they're cutting their daughter out because she's got blonde hair and you disagree with that, then you're going to still have to execute it whether you disagree with it or not. It's going to be very distasteful and a very long and emotional process for you, because you don't get to change it because you're the executor. You have no power. The only thing you get to do is what the judge tells you or what the will tells you, which should, by the way, be the same thing. So make sure you know what you're getting yourself into, that you're going to execute this person's last will and testament, their wishes. And so, don't take that job on not knowing what you're getting into. I know people who their kids are absolutely crazy, so they bring in an outside executor, and the executor is supposed to all of a sudden make these kids not be crazy anymore. Well, they're freaking crazy. They're not going to stop being crazy because you showed up. All you're going to deal with is crazy for the next 4 years, and you're going to get drug into personal lawsuits because crazy's going to sue you because they're mad at their daddy since they were 4. And you don't want to get in all that stuff. You don't want to be the executor of that. So you need to know what's going on, and there needs to be a reading of the will. Everyone needs to know who's in, who's out, what's happening. John, we're leaving you this house. Susie, we're leaving you this mutual fund. This is what we're doing. This is how we're doing this, step by step by step. Very clear. Everyone is ready to play, and everyone knows what's going on. That's called functional as opposed to dysfunctional. And lots of communication. Lots of communication. It just makes this whole process easier. Oh, and while I'm at it, I'll go ahead and tell you the rest of it. When you take the legacy journey class, the bottom section of the box that all the goodies come in is called a legacy box. And what it does is it becomes the size of a file. And so you can keep your files in there. And then if something happens to you, your spouse or your other heirs know right where to go, because that box is in a drawer, and it's got your will, it's got all your insurance in it, it's got your mutual fund statements in it, it's got the deeds in it, it's got all the car titles, it's got all the pertinent documents in there, and we provide you little file tabs to go in there too. Now, if you're not going through the Legacy Journey box or Legacy Journey class and aren't going to get the box, make you one. Just decided this file drawer is going to be called our Legacy area, and this is where you go. There's a file drawer in my study. My whole family knows. You just walk in there, open up that drawer, everything's in there. You'll be able to thumb right through every piece of real estate, every little detail, who to call on this, what to do on that. Everything's laid out. That's one way I say I love you to my wife. It's called diligence. Everything is laid out, including our estate plan, which has me predeceasing Sharon and keeps me kind of worried. I don't know why she figured out I'm going first, but so I guess because everybody knows I'm going to be useless if I'm here without her. So I guess that's how that works. But anyway, so I'm not getting up a trip anytime soon. But if something happens, half of America now knows. You just walk into my study and the whole estate plan's right there. By the way, the whole estate plan's been reviewed, not only with my family, my entire leadership team, and others that are important in the process as well. So there you go. That's called loving your family well. So she's asking a really good question about getting her will done. USLegalForms.com is a good place to start. This is the Dave Ramsey Show. I hate to see people waste money, and that's...
The thought of my sons growing up without me inspired me to quit smoking.
I talked to my doctors, and then I threw away all my cigarettes, ashtrays, and lighters.
I started exercising instead of smoking.
Getting support from friends online kept me on track.
Staying away from alcohol when I was first quitting was key.
Instead of smoking after I ate, I'd get up and take a walk.
I missed having a cigarette in my hand, so I'd hold a pen or a straw, anything.
Until I knew I wouldn't give in to temptation, I spent more time with my friends who didn't smoke.
I went to places that were smoke-free.
I didn't stay quit the very first time I tried.
I kept on trying, and I learned something each time.
Do whatever it takes.
No matter how many times it takes.
I quit.
I quit.
I quit.
We did it, so can you.
You can quit. For free help, call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and CDC.
From Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, California. Tonight the Pirates conclude their 3-game series against the red-hot Dodgers. As the Pirates' 7-game road trip continues, they'll be in Phoenix, Arizona tomorrow night. And this evening they look to try and salvage the finale as they have dropped the first 2 decisions to the Dodgers by scores of 12-1. And last night in 10 innings, the Dodgers walked off on the RBI double by Austin Barnes with 2 outs in the bottom of the 10th, a 4-3 final. Tonight, it is Chad Kuhl on the hill for the Bucks against Kenta Maeda. Greg Brown along with Bob Walk, John Wayner, Joe Block, and Steve Blass. Our pregame show is brought to you by Allegheny Health Network, the official medical provider of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Coming up, a regular Wednesday visit, John Wayner with Pirates hitting coach Jeff Branson, and we'll take a look around the Major League Baseball scoreboard and more. From Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, California, our pregame show continues here on the Pirates Baseball Network.
Hello, this is Jack Martin, owner and supervisor of the Duskus Martin Funeral Home, 4216 Sterretania Road. Play ball is a familiar term during a baseball game. Our team here at Duskus Martin will make it so simple for a prearrangement or an at-need arrangement. We are here for you to assist in planning a dignified but yet personal funeral. Stop in and see me at the Duskus Martin Funeral Home anytime. Thank you.
Of course I want our kids to eat fresh, healthy foods all the time. But we don't have a supermarket nearby, so it's a challenge.
I wish we were closer to good health care because of our son's asthma. Frankly, it's scary at times.
I'd love for our family to live in a nice house, near a great school, but
none of these resources exist in our neighborhood.
Many variables can shape the outcome of children's lives, like the zip code where they grow up.
That's because not all communities have the same opportunities, such as quality schools and housing, fresh food, and good health care. There are many ways to improve communities, so everyone has a fair chance, regardless of zip code. You can make a difference. Join with HUD and local leaders to improve your community. Learn how at HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. Fair housing, shared opportunity in every community. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
When do you need a really nice car or van rental? Relatives or friends visiting? Need a special vehicle for a special occasion? God forbid an accident. Rent-A-Wreck on West 26th has been offering the lowest prices on real nice recent model cars and 12-passenger vans for more than 30 years. Now, we've made a lot of friends over the past 3 decades, but if we hadn't had the pleasure of your company, let's fix that the next time you've got a rental need. Low prices, great vehicles. You can count on us at Rent-A-Wreck.
And we're in Los Angeles, and we're just going to kind of go hitting 101 with you the first segment here, Brano, and just talk about hitting, getting ready as a hitter and a hitting coach, kind of what you're looking at to make sure that these guys are on time.
Well, Ruck, I mean, the biggest thing is obviously, what the setup looks like. Are we in a strong athletic position, strong lower half, inner legs, and making sure when we touch down with separation that our hands are in a strong launch position. We always talk about with the guys, no matter if we're on time or not, if our hands aren't in that strong launching position, it doesn't matter. The ball's going to be on us, and we're just going to try to fight it off of us. But we get to that solid, strong position with the lower half, on time, with our hands in a solid launch position, and we can react to any ball, no matter if it's in, middle, or away.
When you say getting there on time, first of all, the foot has to be down. And when the foot gets down, the hand has to be in a strong position. We see open stances, closed stances, leg kicks, double leg kicks, no strides. And how important is that? Maybe the most important thing, getting the foot down in time?
Without a doubt. I mean, there's a lot of guys that start different ways, but the one consistent thing is the timing of when the foot gets down. And we always talk about with the guys, the mentality is down, read, react. So the foot's got to be in the ground to read the pitch before I can react to the pitch, whether it's up, down, in, out, whatever, off speed, hard. But again, it's that down, read, react mentality to be able to get yourself in a solid position to be able to hit the ball.
Okay, certain positions are stronger than others. Certain guys, you have a square stance, an open stance. Certain guys get more closed up top. And I'm going to ask about Gregory Polanco, who's off to a rough start, been swinging the bat better of late. Gets kind of closed with his upper half. Does that make him a little more rotational when he's not swinging it well instead of using his hands?
Without a doubt it will, Rock. When you get internal with that upper half too much, then that front side's going to have to fly out to try to catch up. The other thing with that internal rotation, you don't have both eyes on the pitchers. You only see maybe one eye, maybe 1.5. But again, we try to teach up on square, landing square, slightly closed. But again, the upper half needs to be square, so both my eyes, obviously you want to say binocular, that we can get both eyes on the pitcher.
As far as video with Gregory Polanco, and we saw the great first half he had a year ago, I think he's always kind of closed that front shoulder. Was it as closed then, and is that some kind of a battle with him to try to stay a little more square with his top half?
Well, Rock, I think the biggest thing right now, or early in the season, whether he's lowered his hand position or had lowered his hand position early in the season, which when he lowered his hand position, it took him a longer time to get to his strong launch position, which caused some more of an internal rotation with his upper half. So we've cleaned his hands up some. We've raised them to cut down the time to get to that strong position, which enables him to cut down some of the time, the internal rotation with the upper half.
When you go back to talking about the strong position, the hand position, a strong position, would you define that as kind of like, let's say you're throwing a punch at a punching bag, kind of shoulder height, maybe a little bit behind or even with the shoulder?
Without a doubt. I mean, that's what we talk about. If I'm going to throw a punch, obviously we're not telling you to throw a punch at anybody, but if you want to throw a punch and knock somebody out, you're not going to leave your hands close to your chest or inside your shoulder or whatever. You're going to get some natural length to it outside your shoulder in a strong position that if I'm going to hit you, I'm going to knock you out. I'm not just going to punch you just to make you mad. I'm going to punch you to do some damage. But again, that's slightly outside the shoulder that I can get strong and get something behind it.
That's Jeff Branson. We're going to be back with more from Brano here in a moment on the Pirates Radio Network.
Pirates fans, your Buccos are swinging away at another exciting season. Slide into Giant Eagle, the supermarket that feeds Bucco Nation, to snag official Pirates gear, double coupons, and thousands of weekly sales all season long. Complete your lineup with your favorite items from brands like Pepperidge Farm, Lipton Tea, Klondike, and Breyer's Ice Cream. Visit GiantEagle.com to register your email for Giant Eagle's E-Advantage program to get our offer of the week. Freshness savings and fuel perks too. That's another Giant Eagle Advantage. Let's go Bucks!
Head to the North Shore on a Zambelli fireworks night when the cross-state rival Phillies take on the Buccos at PNC Park. Cheer on all your favorite Bucks at 7:05 when the Pirates and Phillies battle each other in a can't-miss showdown. Then stay after the game when Zambelli fireworks light up the Pittsburgh skyline. It's the Buccos and the Phillies, Friday, May 19th at 7:05 on a Zambelli fireworks night. Go to Pirates.com and get your tickets today.
We're back with Jeff Branson in L.A., Part 2. Brano, the one thing about this club offensively is they've kind of been up and down through the first month and a half of the season. They've been making more contact, the fewest strikeouts in the National League. And you think, for one, I want to ask you, has that kind of been like an effort of putting the ball more in play, and you expect more balls in play, more opportunities to score?
Yeah, that's one thing that going into spring training this year was a focus of making sure we fight in the box. Once we get to 2 strikes, and again, it's not just about striking out. It's about putting a short swing on the ball, locking down in the box and fighting. Because if you put the ball in play, you got a shot. Strike out, you got no shot. So that's the one thing that obviously we have been good at. Consistent at, but again, we have to be able to be more consistent with that, even though, because we're not an offense that's going to put up a lot of runs consistently every night. So again, we got to be able to have that fight in the box with that 2-strike approach and battle.
So you mentioned the 2-strike approach shortening up. Does it help also? I think you have a club that's a little more patient earlier in the count, up in 2 strikes, of being more selective and looking more for their pitch to hit than just any old strike?
Yeah, I mean, that's it. I mean, up in 2 strikes, we're selling out to approach and trying to sell out to 1 pitch, 1 spot. A lot of times we do get deep in the count because there are behind in the count because our pitch doesn't come in our spot. And it kind of, sometimes people can think about it, why aren't you aggressive early? Well, we are aggressive, but we're aggressive to our spot. So, therefore, a lot of times we will be deep in the count, but you can't be afraid to hit behind in the count. You can't be afraid to hit with 2 strikes because you can still have that short swing and do something with 2 strikes.
Talking with Jeff Branson now, although the strikeouts are down, more contact, but when you look at power numbers, and we don't have a whole bunch of home run hitters per se, but we have guys capable of hitting the ball out of the park, you think it's just kind of maybe as a group just something that just hasn't clicked yet? I mean, do you expect to see more power out of this group?
We do have some power, but like I say, we're more of a doubles team with occasional power. We got some guys that can drive the ball out of the ballpark, but I think that a lot of times with younger teams that we have, some of the younger guys we think about driving the ball out of the ballpark. Our swing tends to get long, and that's what we don't want. So we're constantly telling them, okay, live in the gaps, look for your doubles. Don't worry about your home runs. Your home runs will come. But if I stay consistent with my short, compact swing, getting my hands